All right, welcome everybody to the Titan Esports Gladiator finals between Dropping Point Spartans and Elegy Reapers. My name is Fel, and joining me tonight is Excel. Excel, how we feeling about this matchup tonight?
Uh, I'm excited because during the regular season, these were the 1 and 2 seeds. I'm pretty sure coming out of our group, anyways. So they're back facing off against each other in the finals. And the first time around, I think this was like the closest series that DPS had. They pretty much went undefeated the entire split already, but I'm pretty sure this was their closest series to begin with. And LG has made a couple of roster changes since. So I'm kind of excited to see how things turn out. And having played against LG last week, they were a lot better than when we played them earlier in the split. So for me, I'm excited to see how things, panned out from beginning of the split to the end of the split. So I'm excited to see kind of how things turn out.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had yes, DPS did go 7-0 in the regular season. Elegy Reapers 6-1. Their only loss to DPS during that season. And then last week, both of these matchups ended up going five. You guys took LG Reapers to the fifth game, and Malevolent Blight, actually, surprisingly, another underdog that took DPS to game five. So we do know that they do both have the ability to go deep into their roster pools. This is Fearless, so they are both like willing and able to, overcome those odds and take their punches and get back and everything. Before we get into the draft, you've played against both of these teams. Which one are you feeling tonight kind of has the advantage? Maybe either between LEG being the underdog and with the roster swaps, or DPS just running the gambit the entire season and then getting into this, finals basically unscathed.
So for me, I think I actually give DPS the slight edge just because they've pretty much been hot swapping their bot lanes all split long already. And again, they haven't dropped a single series. So my assumption is that their top side is strong enough to kind of make up for whatever difference, having a different bot lane is. Um, and so with the change that they've made in the support role for tonight, I don't think that that's going to make much of a difference. Whereas with LG, they have swapped with their top laner, and I know that they've played with him for a few weeks now. But one of those weeks was like vacation week, holiday week, so I don't actually know how much time they actually spent playing with him. So it just to me feels like LG's uh, like switch up is more, I guess, significant than what I consider dropping points to be. Um, and so I think that for me, the slight edge goes to dropping point because it just seems like their core is still intact, their core is still there. So I don't think anything's going to change for their gameplay.
Okay, yeah, and as you said, like last week, the last time that I got to stream Dropping Point Spartans, like Zero was the ranked number one top laner, and making a couple mistakes, and DPS actually ended up switching up their style and ran through the rest of the map as well. So they do have other options besides just running through Zero. Same thing with Elegy Reaper's Dwagon, neutralizing lanes, doing like what he can to, sort of just like do his best to just keep his team from falling behind. As we get into these picks and bans, the first ban, we're going to have DPS taking out the Nocturne, and then the Braum, and then the Nico taken away from DPS by Elegy. Are there any bans specifically that you're looking for to make sure that either Rapid Sammy or Kagrin doesn't really get, or do you think they're just going to sort of follow like regular standard?
Yeah, so I think for Sammy, he's like a super in your face style player. He actually like filled in for some like analysis that we did maybe like 2 weeks ago. Super vocal guy, super kind of like aware of the map. So I think taking off things like the Wukong, the Silas. I don't know if that Silas is for him or not, but I would assume that it's for him. And then even like a Zinzao, which they have kind of left up, I feel like would be super important. Just because he's like super in your face and he knows how to like punish enemy junglers for even the smallest like missteps. So I think that their bans are fine. I don't know if I would have banned the Nico just because I don't think it's gonna make or break anything in the early, part of their draft. Um, it kind of like semi commits you to like I guess a circles comp, not as much, but like kind of does. Um, so I would have liked to see three jungle bans over the Nico, but you know, we lost, so they know what they're doing.
Yeah, as we see the picks coming in here, we do have the Ashe as the B1 answered by the Tristana, and then we go with the jungle pick Kagran, Jarvan. We saw him last week against you guys actually, and these initiative based junglers in the hands of Kagran, the Vi's, the Wukongs, the J4s, they seem to really work within his playstyle, getting the early ganks off, getting his team ahead, and doing what he can to just sort of like get around the map. And then if he's the one that ends up getting the kills, we've seen him kind of take over the games as well as. So it's going to be interesting to see what DPS ends up doing. They do pick up the Aatrox for the top lane, and then the Renata Glask for the bot lane, and that's going to be answered by the Malphite in the top lane. And so we still have a support to pick for the Elegy Reapers and a jungler to pick for DPS, and then I guess we'll see what ends up happening in the mid lane as they're going to give their last pick prio over to Bagut for Elegy Reapers here as the Fizz and Syndra taken out, two very different champions. So just trying to cut off a couple different playstyles there away from Renegade, and then the Blitzcrank and the Alistair. So they want the engage / hooks taken away, so Spaghetti can't really give Hops those like instant kills in the lane.
I'm surprised that they banned Fizz and Syndra just because with what you've drafted so far, you want to move forward anyways. And like Fizz is a diver, so like why wouldn't you want them on a dive champion? That just makes it easier for you to get to the back line. There's one less person in the way. So that one's a little surprising to me. I think that there's like a very clear like one team wants to go forward and one team wants to kite back. So I'm excited to see kind of how this turns out. The Aatrox is the one that doesn't feel kind of like in synergy with the rest of them, but I assume that he's gonna be split pushing all game anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, as we round this out, it kind of looks like it's going to be a Mel at the support role, so a little bit of kill pressure for this Tristana to kind of add that in there. The Twisted Fate, at least surprising me here. I don't know how much Bagut plays that, but really strong champion, hard to play around. Mel being a perfect counter to the Ashe and Renata, obviously, you know, you can just basically
Bounce her ultimate
block and both of them at the same time if they hit together. So really strong pickup. It's just going to come down to Ken Spaghetti, really pilot that champ as well as he can pilot these hooks. Yeah, and then on the side of DPS, Morgana in the middle up against the TF. Usually those matchups in the 1v1 normally, as long as you're not missing anything, kind of favors the Morgana, and then in the late game she'll be able to block some cards and do some good things. But it's going to end up being the Aatrox in the jungle, so they did have that picked out, in the Mordekaiser in the top lane. So you're gonna have Mordekaiser in the Malphite, so kind of force a Malphite to go for the MR build a little bit, maybe at least a little bit to start, maybe the Merc Treads or something, maybe even having to go with the magic resistance version for the bombies and getting into that instead of being able to just go full 80 tank as you would against the Aatrox. So
I think in that matchup it's probably better for Malphite to just go early damage instead of going for the early measures, just like try to duke it out with them, or like poke them out with the Qs and the Comet combo. I don't see a world where he's getting magic resist enough to be able to kind of deal with the sustained damage from the Mordekaiser passive.
Yeah, and we'll know that Mordekaiser is going to definitely be able to probably shove that wave a lot and be able to assist Sammy over the scuttles, maybe the grubs. I mean, not the grubs, I'm sorry, the Void Grubs. Being able to get into those and get the prio, and then maybe make it a 3v2 over these things, have Renegade come up. She has a lot of wave clear as well. Bagut's going to have to get at least like an item before he's able to really wave clear alongside the Morgana, and like the Blackfire Torch or the Leandry is just going to be able to just burn those minions down quickly. So we should see a lot of movement and pressure from the side of DPS, and Reapers obviously is going to have the global with the Twisted Fate ult coming through to be able to try to hit up on these side lanes and stuff. But over the objectives, it does look like DPS, for the most part, the Dragons and the Grubs should be able to be early game wise controlled mostly by DPS, unless Kagran's able to get one of his lanes really ahead. So with that analysis done, we are getting out of the draft and we are about to go live into this as we get onto the Summoner's Rift. Excel, let's hear your prediction for game 1 as we get into the Rift.
I think game one's gonna go the way of DPS. I think Reapers can win, but it's gonna require like Bagu to kind of do a whole lot of cross map play. Just making sure his waves are all set up. Um, I think that Reaper's win condition is basically just, even though they've drafted like a team fight comp, you just ignore the team, like ignore the fight and go for the objectives because you have much stronger objective taking potential between your TF that roams around everywhere and your Tristana. Whereas with the dropping point roster, it's just like, hey, we're gonna just walk up and like fight you. We have a ton of CC, we have a ton of like stat checking champions, and just go from there.
Yeah, definitely. So, as we're getting in, we're just seeing the regular 5-man stack. It does look like DPS is trying to push for deep vision to follow Kagran, see where he's going. But it doesn't look like Reapers is going to get very much on the side of vision. So we should just see a standard, you know, trying to match the Jarvan. And that's exactly what the Aatrox is doing as Malphite pulling a little bit of, you know, I just kind of want to block. I don't want to get engaged with this Mordekaiser just yet. And then standard for the lanes. Morgana's going to push probably a lot quicker than the TF, so it's going to be a lot of just, you know, shoving that in there. Zero showing outside the bush there, getting a little seismic charge from the Malphite, but answering back. And this bot lane, early on, you would think at like level 2, maybe level 3, the Ashe power spike should be coming in here and getting this. But as this lane goes on and Tristana starts to get the extra range, it's going to come down to a lot of Spirit being able to basically handle the all-in pressure. Reapers ended up getting the 2. We do get the bomb placed on top of Spirit, so both of these members taking a little bit of damage, and Renegade landing a binding, taking a card, just a little bit of trade with Bagu. Does have the pots, does have the extra biscuits in hand as well to be able to do what he wants to do there and just kind of stay in this lane. So after this, what do we see as the first point of contention? Is it going to be a gank over onto the bot side in a 3v3, or do we think that it's just going to be kind of a farm fest going in here for game 1?
I actually think it's going to be a fight between Kagran and Sammy for that bot scuttle. And I don't know. I guess it really just depends on which mid laner can move first. Just because if Bagut's able to move, he does have a point click CC, whereas Ray basically has a way to like just negate it. So my assumption is that they're going to fight over the scuttle. I don't think the bot lanes are really going to get too involved just because they're playing like a weird poke game of like Mel wants to poke, Trish wants to push. So they want the prio, but like they can't really win an extended trade into those two.
Ooh, as Spaghetti is going to take a tower shot here. John trying to push in. The heal is extended by Spaghetti as they try to back out. There's 0 mana on this Mel. They are going to have to back here, and John and Spirit are going to be able to bounce this wave back. But as you said before, the scuttle is going to be the objective, and it's already been taken. So a little bit of a overstep from Spaghetti on this Mel. Does end up hitting themselves in turret range. Almost has to pay the price, but with no ignite on the Renata, it is just going to be a heal for nothing, and an early back for the side of Reapers as the lanes are going to meet back in the middle. The minions are going to meet back in the middle of the lane, and both ADCs taking a back here as well. So not a lot of action, a little bit of trading, but not a lot of follow through or finishing from either side here on this bot lane. As we do see now, the CS advantage is pretty much only in the top lane. You know, Mordekaiser does 0 on this. Mordekaiser does have a 32-17 CS lead on the Malphite as the wave is crashing. Ends up picking up 18 as the wave states are now back to even. So that's something that we're going to have to look out for here as Mordekaiser being able to basically assert his dominance.
He's going to TP back.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised he TP'd and then isn't like trying to crash this wave on top of it. But I guess maybe he's trying to stack a double wave and then crash that in so he can poke.
I think he didn't want to miss the cannon. Potentially. Either that or, yeah, maybe he just wants to push this as fast as he can, trying to manage this to make sure that Malphite also ended up having to use his TP, maybe not wanting to give away like an advantage there or something. But yeah, that was a little, he was like halfway to his tier 2 turret before
Yeah, yeah. So
pressing that teleport.
if it was
So.
from lane or from base, I'd be like, oh, okay, he's just TPing back. It was like weird. He like halfway walked and he was like, you know what? Now I'm gonna TP.
So, as we do see, the top
I'm
laner is
not a
about to
top
hit.
laner.
They do end up hitting 6, or at least Mordekaiser hit 6 here before the Malphite. So that's going to be something to watch out for. You can actually buffer your Malphite ult and stop the Mordekaiser ult from hitting you, but then you're basically off of your escape and your initiation after that is I really like the warding here from Spaghetti, being able to get that into the tri-brush, and it's been up there since basically the beginning of the waves in the bot lane there, so they're doing a very good job of making sure that Rapid Sammy can't get in there on the Aatrox and get behind them, because we know once that happens, with the Renata handshake, with him, and the constant slow from the Ashe, would be able to push that and basically turn that into a free 3v2. But we do see Kagran on the bot lane is looking to sort of try to get their own engage here. But I guess he's... Yeah, he's coming in here now as the root does land from Spaghetti. A handshake knocking Hops back. John going under. Does have to hit the flash and the heal. And on the back end of this now, trying to chase him down a little bit, but Spaghetti able to throw out a couple spells and keep them down here. John on the Renata. Good flash and heal to make sure they get away from the Jarvan. Good gank, as you do expend 2 for nothing there in terms of summoner spells. And now basically securing themselves a free dragon off of that.
Yeah, but Sammy's already kind of accepted that and moved into his topside jungle. So it's a bit of a trade for them, I guess, for the mid laners. I think Ray should have just crashed his late here instead of looking for this. All he's doing is just kind of giving them some help.
You saw him move down there. You know where he's at, and as you said, Rapid Sammy taking advantage of this and actually getting a lot for himself. Now, obviously, getting the dragon stack for your team is great, but when you can't secure it, being able to go and take the entire top side from the Jarvan is pretty good. Just has to make sure he doesn't get spotted out here by Bagoot, but Renegade is there to sort of get there as the ultimate is going to come out from Renegade. We're going to get a flash and an ignite off from Bagoot. He's going to change that over with the unsealed spellbook, but yeah, good trade here from Renegade. Hits another binding. He's at least on camera now, we've seen him hit 4 of those out of 4, so good job by Renegade on this Morgana, piloting this champ very well to be able to get a lot of poke down and basically keep Bagoot from being able to impact the rest of the map.
I mean, this is kind of what we expected, though, from the mid lane matchup, right? They're not really going to do a whole lot. It's going to be Morgana shoving in, and then TF looking to make plays on the side. Unfortunately, TF's not going to have, like, solid enough wave clear for a little bit to be able to do anything much else. I do think that the gameplay between Ray and TF or Bagoot is like the exact opposite. So I'm curious to see if Ray's gonna try to match his rotations by like moving to the side waves, just like delayed, or if he's just gonna constantly like shove in and deny him CS. That's kind of what I'm curious to see between the two of them.
Yeah. And now we see a little bit of a tit for tat. They know that Sammy's over on the Grubs and Kagran paying him back here. But he is kind of stuck between this Ashe and this Renata. No real way in or out here. He's going to have to flag and drag over the wall. Does have flash as well as TF's coming in from the backside here. He's going to land a yellow card, but there is a vision ward there stopping any damage. The flash cataclysm coming out from Kagran as they are locked down now. The Morgana shield under Renata W is going to actually get them. That's a double kill now for the Morgana. We have Hops using the cleanse, getting out there, is going to be able to pop the Ashe, get another kill onto the side after their reset, and now going for a third one here, but Bagoot is going to die to the Morgana pool, as that's the feats of warfare, all in one fight, a 4-for-2 DPS coming out ahead of Elegy Reapers in their own jungle, after Kagran tries to pay Sammy back for invading his own.
That was a lot that went down. I think as soon as you see the TF ulti coming down here, they need to just start walking towards their team. But if you can see, they split up, and now they're just caught in like a weird position. I think that John, is it? Yeah, John surviving here is insane.
Yeah, somebody's...
How does Hops get that? Oh, Hops gets it. The reset from the bomb.
Yep, and then hops back onto John. Almost gets Renegade, but they walk out just in time as Sammy has to take the ult away from him. And yeah, you know, we always talk about that being a thing where, like, yeah, your team is coming over this way, you know, and now all of a sudden we're caught. But you know, John on this Renata able to actually have the wherewithal to say, hey, I'm cataclysmed, I'll just put this on myself, and you know, get the shield and get the afterlife there. And that really did turn the fight around, as you said. Like, him living there was 100% the reason why they end up winning that and getting the third one, because then Hops would have just had more and more resets to get around. So good call on that one. And then outstanding play from DPS's Rapid Sammy coming up to the top, just trying to help shove the wave towards zero. Taxing his lane for something. Zero out of mana, asking his jungler to come up there and try to help him out. I guess.
That's what it is.
Yeah, as we do have Spaghetti onto the bot side, is getting some good flanking, you know, out from the lack of vision in this bottom rush here. He's able to just sort of poke out, getting a couple roots, and then obviously the Q, and just sort of spreading the damage here and doing a good job. As okay, so you can handshake, or you can block the handshake, but you can't make them move afterwards. So interesting there, as weird back timers here. If Spirit was to use the Hawk Shot there, probably would catch them there, as Bagood is just taking so much damage from this Morgana now with the Blackfire Torch and the 4-0 and the 22 CS lead and a 400 gold bounty on her. This is
I don't even think you want to stop their backs there, though, just because like, now they have priority for this dragon that's spawning. Yes, the other team gets the vibe, but like, I don't think your Ashe and Renata are the ones that have your gold anyway. So
no, yeah, I mean, you do end up having Hops with the Yuntals completed now, being able to come in on the stun, and you do have like a TF ult coming through, as well as now the Renata ult's going to come out, but it's going to go wide left, as the stop was missed by the Renata. Cataclysm coming in onto John in the back lane, and now Renegade and Sammy just trying to get onto the back line here, as Hops does take a jump over into the Dragon Pit, but does miss. Renegade getting really low. There's not going to be anything there. Morgana's going to fall down now, and Rapid Sammy 1v3 trying to clean this up here, as he's going up against the TF, Hops, and Haggard on the J4 is going to get yellow carded, and is going to have to try to find their own way out here. It does look like Elegy Reapers, after getting that, doesn't want to take this anymore, but the Ashe Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming through, hitting Bagoot, and now Rapid Sammy cleaning that up, getting the kill, but giving another kill over to Elegy Reapers. That is a 4-for-2, the opposite way from Elegy. So the last time we saw DPS taking it, Elegy getting the 4v2 after DPS gets the dragon.
I think it was pretty obvious that the fight was like super split up for DPS. They kind of just didn't know who to target. They were hitting like 3 different people. Though I do think that them stalling the fight for like as long as they did is actually not that bad. He got like 4 plates of top side. Like 0, he got like 4 plates. So I think in terms of like feats, they're pretty much guaranteed at this point. Whether they get the objectives or not, they can always just get top tower.
Yeah, you see Dwagon taking 0 kind of low. He is going to pop the shield. Probably going to try to get a little bit back here. Is the ultimate coming out from the Malphite. Dwagon with a solo kill against Mordecai. Like 0 dying when he was 50 CS ahead and 4 plates to Dwagon's 0, I believe. I don't even think they've gotten a plate on the top side, if any. Maybe 1, so a little bit of an overstay. The Conqueror was stacked, but he did not end up having you know, his completed item yet. Now as Rapid Sammy's going to try to answer, but isn't going to be able to get anything out of it, and that solo kill for Dwagon is absolutely huge.
I think it's fine, just because Sammy or 0 was like there for so long that it's kind of just a fast reset. He also didn't have a shutdown, as far as I am aware.
No, there was not.
So he did have like a 50 CS lead, but because of the fight, Dwagon also had to reset. So I feel like he didn't really lose a whole lot, other than like the 300 gold that Dwagon picked up from killing him. So all in all, I think it's actually fine for him to die there. I actually don't think it matters.
Now, as we see Kagrin trying to flag and drag inside onto Renegade, he does get stopped with the Morgana binding and then sits inside the pool, so isn't going to take
BM.
too much of a risk there as the Rift Herald is about to spawn, or it has spawned, and Rapid Sammy's on it. Kagrin now noticing, and now it's looking like a 3v2 right now, but Renegade getting the binding down, getting the pool and the ult, forcing the flash out of Kagrin as Bagood is now caught up by the Aatrox. Dragon coming in on the mortar, on the Malphite, but isn't going to have ult yet, so Zero's just going to get a free kill onto the TF, and this is going to be a Rift Herald over to the side of DPS after claiming the grubs. They are going to get these feats as Elegy Reaper's trying to answer on this bot side here. Hop's trying to take this quickly enough, but Hop's now stuck in Brazil along with Zero. Is going to flash. The Hop is not going to save him now. And he saves the tower and ends up getting the potential Rift Herald on top. They are vying for these feats so hard now, but Dwagon flashing forward on top of Sammy is going to be fighting Renegade inside here. Is going to land, the binding hits, and now Kagrin is going to try to answer as well.
These fights are so
this Rift Herald is just going on forever. Kagrin coming in, the TF ult is coming out on top as well. The Flag and Drag hits, knocks up Renegade, falling down pretty quickly as Rapid Sammy now trying to fight over here. He is going to get yellow carded, but holding that long enough. Cataclysm comes out, Sammy trying to get out of here as the Renata ult is going to come through, and she's going to be able to give a little bit extra agency as she's trying to chase down Kagrin and Bagoot. Sammy on the Aatrox going to turn around and smack the Rift Herald again. This is now a 4-minute fight, 3-4-minute fight over this Rift Herald that just does not
Is it one fight, or are we counting them as separate fights?
It's been going on forever.
Third Herald fight, I would say.
Spaghetti is going to use their shield to kind of knock back here. He's going to get the root on to Zero. Rapid Sammy still trying to fight this out. It is going to come down to a smite. Flag and Drag coming in, and the ultimate coming out from Aatrox on the back end here. Kagrin caught up here, but now Dragon on the Malphite showing up. Everybody's in here. The ultimate coming out from Spaghetti, but not enough damage here to close anyone out. Renegade now showing up as well. Rapid Sammy getting chased down by the Malphite is going to get the kill. And John and Renegade trying to walk through, ends up getting hit with his own binding. Spaghetti with the reflection as the Rift does end up going, so the feats do end up going over to DPS, but the first turret is going to fall as a flash forward from Hop Spirit, flashing away as well. Is going to take a lot of damage, but not enough to kill them. Sticking around with this Tristana, if she waits long enough for this W to reset, she is going to get hopped on by Hops.
Greedy.
A little greedy is one way to put it.
And Hops doesn't even punish. That's insane. He should have stayed.
Yeah, maybe doesn't know exactly where everybody is. You know, does still have the cleanse too in case the Enchanted Crystal Hour hits, but didn't want to take that fight, doesn't want to give up too much. Does have a 22 CS lead and a 2 kill lead over to the 5 assists of the Spirit on the Ashe. But the Kraken Slayer and the upgraded boots now completed for the Ashe. The Yuntals with a BF sword and the Berserker Greaves completed on Hops now. It's just going to be a matter of time before Hops is going to be able to get in and do a ton of damage in quick succession. So we'll have to see if Spirit can at least hold their spacing, as now the Dragon is going to be the next objective. Kagrin clearing out the scuttle here, trying to make sure that they get it. They are aware of this on the side of DPS, and they're closing in, but the Vision Ward is in, and they are sort of outnumbered here right now, as Dragon and Zero are on the top side. The Dragon down to about half HP now, as they're trying to get around here and get in, as the ultimate is going to be popped by... Okay, so the ultimate is reflected by Spaghetti onto John. Does end up not taking anything because of the Morgana Q. They are trying to close this down now. Flash coming out of Bagoot. Spaghetti walking away. So a clean Dragon, basically, for the side of Reapers, and no kills to follow up on the backside of that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, it's weird because DPS has been kind of, what I would say has been kind of like in the lead for the majority of this game, but they're actually down gold. And that's with the top lane situation that we have with like a 50 CS lead. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, the turrets are basically even. We know the first turret did go over to Elegy Reapers. But yeah, the CS disparity in the top lane is negated kind of by this bot lane disparity, where Tristan is 23 CS over with the 2 kills as well. So Spaghetti getting collapsed on here is going to be completely slowed down by Spirit as the ultimate coming out from Hops, trying to save his support, but Spaghetti's just going to fall. There is a little bit of an overstep. You cannot understate how important that Ashe slow is. When she gets on top of you, there is really not much you can do, and just shows right there as Spaghetti run down pretty quickly. Sammy trying to get on top of Bagut here and just kind of push him off. We do see the Lich Bane and the Rod of Ages now fully stacked on this TF, so he is going to have a lot of damage. The teleport coming in from Renegade and Zero over to this Otacon, and they are trying to just rush this down. There's no vision from the side of Reapers, so I don't think that they are going to try to contest this. If they do, they're probably walking into a buzzsaw. As now it is going to be smited away, and now DPS on the hunt, trying to get these guys. Bagut does get the yellow card, but is pulled back. Zero trying to keep him in here. Spirit does get jumped on by Kagrin, but able to stay alive just long enough, and the Renata shield is going to save him. Berserk is going to get reflected once again. That is now 3 reflections of the Renata glass hold, but it doesn't really matter because there was just way too much damage done there. And Reapers loses the Otacon and then 3 kills afterwards.
And the gold swing went back the other way.
It did.
And I assume that it's going to go back the other way shortly.
With the way this game is going, yeah, there's just been a lot of momentum swings. It seems like every time somebody gets a lead or they make a really good play, they just kind of give it away on the other side of the map. It hasn't really, culminated into anybody running away with this, which is always good to see. You know, you want to see the mental of these teams, stay strong.
There's more kills than minutes that have passed. These teams are scrapping. I know it doesn't seem like it, but they're fighting.
Yeah, and it's been like a lot of, like out of nowhere or like right before or after an objective, and then it's just like boom, 4 kills. Like what? So, yeah, both
they start a fight and they like full commit. They're like, all right, we're not leaving until one of these teams gets wiped.
Yeah, as now we take another look at the gold lead. It's still only 1.2, and when you're 23 minutes into the game, that's not even a full item's worth on any champion. So it is good to see that, it is super close right now. We do see a little bit of vision war over this mid lane with the getting a root and a little bit of poke, but not much after that. As the next objective is going to end up being the Ocean Drake, Drake number 4. It would be really nice for Reapers to keep stacking these, but of course if you're DPS you want to stop that from happening. A lot of prio being put in here towards the bot lane. A lot of vision already established for the side of Elegy Reapers, as Lil Jon is going to move or recall back to the base and try to get their wards refreshed and start trying to get their own vision for the side of DPS.
I'm curious as to why they're leaving Malphite in the top lane. Yes, Malphite has TP, but that's like a big go button for you guys. It's big CC, and like TF shreds tower is way harder. I guess it's to like prevent Mordekaiser from like killing TF, but I assume TF just runs away. He's ranged. Just don't interact with him. So the lane assignments are a little confusing to me. But other than that, I mean, who knows?
Maybe they're waiting for the rapid fire cannon because Bagut has gotten caught with like 3 E's from the Mordekaiser. So Kagrin's standing on top of this vision here without a sweeper activated. So could have been a little dangerous. There's a little poke coming out of Spaghetti, but now Binding is going to land on top of them. Now the heal is busted and everybody's going in. The Renata ult coming through. Dragon getting a kill onto Sammy here. Kagrin onto the backside. Renegade does end up hitting the Sonias now, but ends up flashing away. And now Bagut is still being chased down, and Spirit on the backside able to kill the Malphite. And as you were saying during that fight, Spirit using their range, just keeping everybody at a safe distance. Really good job on this Ashe to just be able to, keep their distance, keep everybody away, not She didn't even have to use their Enchanted Crystal Arrow that fight. They just literally just stood there and fought and took everybody down. DPS is going to get another 5 kills, 4-2, and get themselves a dragon to kind of stave off this dragon stacking as the Baron is spawned in the top lane now. That's also, yeah, that's also going to be getting DPS their about a 3.2k gold lead now, as that was just a huge fight for them. Not only do they get the dragon buff after securing the Otacon, they get the 5-for-2 ace pretty clean. Playing their comp very well and kind of like waiting things out. We do end up seeing a little bit of, I would say, like, it seems like ELR just doesn't have a lot of vision as far as like what they want to accomplish in these fights.
I think they shouldn't really be fighting them to begin with. You have Tristana, you have TF, just play the sides.
Yeah, kind of getting away from their comps here, as they are trying to set up a death rush. They do know Sammy is here, but Kagrin getting a little bit caught out as Dwagon is going to start off with the ult here as the rest of DPS is coming up. They are going to take the fruit out, just bounce themselves away, and now that's a Malphite ult that's down. That's a lot of your engage tools here, as DPS realizes this, calls for the Baron. The teleport coming in from 0, and they are starting to smack this Baron down now, as TF is going to have to move up or teleport in behind here to do anything, as the Baron about 2/3 HP down to a half, getting a little bit of poke coming out from the Mel, as Renegade off onto the backside here does get the root up here, but Zero going super low on the Mordekaiser, but gets the kill. Hostile takeover coming through. Hops is going to kill Morgana. They get the smite onto the Baron, and now Dragon and the Goot on the wrong side, but they are jumping around, coming over from the backside. Hops in, gets a kill on to the Ashe, and now clearing this up. It is now Rapid Steady 3 versus 1 again. Does get ulted away from Hops, gets the kill onto the Goot, and now is just trying to get away here. The last Soul member surviving from DPS after that Baron fight. They secure the Baron, but a 4-for-3 for the side of Elegy Reapers.
I'm telling you, these guys like pick a fight and they're like, yeah, we're fighting until everybody's pretty much wiped.
Yeah, and now with the Baron buff losing the turret, the first always feels bad as Rapid Sammy tries to get in there and steal this, but yeah, this Tristana on the back end of that fight, they're so impactful, just being able to get through there, and Dwagon, even without the Malphite ult during that fight, was able to create so much space for the rest of his team. Now Spaghetti getting jumped on by Sammy. A lot of damage taken down. The flash forward is going to come from the Aatrox, but a lot of attack coming out from Hops. Is going to hop away. Does not have the cleanse, and now Rapid Sammy trying to get in here, but Kagrin's looking to flank over from the backside. The gold card coming through. Cataclysm also coming through, and now the hostile takeover is going to have Hops and Bagut just kill each other. Handshake, bringing him in, gets the gold card off, but Hops is going to have to walk away with almost no health left, as now DPS pushing down the mid lane as an Enchanted Crystal Arrow catches them at a perfect time.
This is the strangest.
You love it. You love being on the outside looking at it against these teams, right? DPS pushing
I wonder
down.
if this is what our series looked like.
Pretty much, yeah, it is.
We just unnecessarily scrapping? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, piss fighting.
IBSG. We're so good.
And I'm here for it. As DPS is going to take the tier 3 turret to answer the tier 2 from earlier. They have to take this down the inhibitor, and now Zero trying to pull down on Dwagon is starting to do a ton of damage. Spaghetti's coming around here. Gonna try to add a little bit of damage to just kind of push Zero off of this wave. As everybody's kind of resetting now. We have both junglers going into their jungle to try to clean up some resources there, and both teams looking to sort of push this mid wave. Unfortunately for DPS though, they lost all of their Baron members, and I think the Baron buff is about to come off of Sammy now, as both teams looking to fight over the vision wards here in the middle. Hops realizing that Renegade basically binded themselves. Hops in, Flash coming out, the Enchanted Crystal Hour hits anyways. The World Ender is popped over by the Aatrox now. It's Flash coming out from Kagran. Flash away from Dwagon. And now Bagoot is on the bottom side here. Is going to get caught up by this by the Ashe volley, but no follow-up done as the Dragon is coming out now. Spawning, and DPS taking a fight that Elegy basically started for them.
Hops got like moved.
Yeah, just because I hit my ability doesn't mean you need to follow up here. Zero now 1v3ing, taking out Dwagon on the Malphite, getting a free kill there, doing more damage to both of these guys than they're doing to him, and this looks like it might be the last push of the game as Zero gets his cavalry on the backside here. Spaghetti coming through. He's going to reflect a little bit, but the hostile takeover comes through now. Kagran stuck in his own Cataclysm, force the flag and drag away as Renegade gets the final touches of that kill, and Bagoot hops and Spaghetti flashing forward with the gold card, ends up getting the kill, but now Hops is kind of stuck here as well as he's going to fall to the Mordekaiser. Zero just sort of trying to push this through and be the front line as if they take down Spaghetti here. This is going to be the end of the game, and they do the triple kill for Zero. Coming through, the redemption going to heal them back up, and now there's two turrets standing in their way. Dragon is up, does not have the ultimate. Probably not going to be able to do too much to this as they are taking a little bit of damage from the turret, but it's not going to be enough. One Malphite is not enough to stop the three of them here, as DPS looks like they are about to take the first of this series, and they're going to take Malphite with them. So with that, the Nexus falls for Elegy Reapers, dropping points. Spartans playing a, I wouldn't say a super clean game, but they did end up taking advantage of a lot of the mistakes from Elegy Reapers. A little bit of maybe going in uninvited a little bit. Hops on the just thinking that, you know, they had a couple good catches and were able to clean up some fights on the back end, but mostly DPS just kind of letting Elegy just give them what they wanted and then taking advantage of their mistakes there.
Yeah, I mean, Hops is really, really strong. I think Hops just got a little bit baited by the fact that his E was on the Morgana, and then, you know, she got binded as well. So it was like, oh, like, this is perfect. I get to just, you know, kill this Morgana and then just W back away, except Morgana has Zanya's and Ashe is right there. So
yeah.
That's also not support Morgana. That's AP
Morgana
Morgana.
With a ton of damage.
She's hitting you back.
Yeah, but we did see a lot of maybe like the you know, the game kind of going back and forth, as you mentioned. There was like 4 or 5 gold lead changes there. In the end, DPS just kind of coming out better on the back end of most of these. A little bit of miscommunication, it seemed, from the side of Elegy Reapers. It seemed like sometimes they wanted to go Dwagon popping, you know, the Unstoppable Force, getting into like a, you know, like on top of one person, like just hitting Rapid Sammy on the Aatrox, but then no follow through or anything else. So it was a little sloppy from the side of Elegy Reapers, maybe game 1 nerves. And also DPS not looking as clean as they normally do in this game, but they do come out with the victory. And with that, we are going to take a slight break as we get ready for game 2. Don't go anywhere. DPS 1, Elegy Reapers 0, Gladiator Finals. Oh. And now, soon.
And now.
I would like to apologize to our production team for closing it a little early there. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Gladiator Titan Esports Finals between Dropping Point Spartans and Elegy Reapers. It is a 1-0 DPS to Elegy Reapers. I'm Fel, joined by Excel. Excel, game 2, what are we expecting out of both of these teams?
I don't know about expectations, but I know what I'm hoping for. Yo, take me to game 5.
There we go.
Reapers.
I like it.
Yeah, you got to win game 2 so we can go to game 5. All right, we got to flip back and forth, just like the gold lead.
Yeah, so you've played against both of these teams, and you know how they sort of adjust from game to game. Do we expect to see like an entire comp flip from them? Like when you're playing in this, especially in like the IBSG and stuff, obviously comfort is going to be your number one thing. But when you get beat, not like manhandled by DPS, but it never really felt close for LG Reapers. Do you go with an entire like flip of the your entire comp, or are you just trying to look to do the same thing but just do it better?
I think it's, again, hindsight like 50-50 or 2020, and I'm bad, but I think in IBSG, no matter what kind of comps we draft, they always end up being team fight comps because that's what we do,
Mhm.
is we end up fighting for pretty much every objective that we can, just in general. So I don't think stylistically much is going to change. People are going to stick to their comforts. They're just going to figure out like, oh, like this comfort works better with these champions, and this comfort works better with these champions. I think that's what they're going to do. I think the tempo of the game and the way the game's played is going to be more or less the exact same. I don't think anyone's going to like change anything that they're doing differently. Um, However, some of those fights were close, where like it was like a 4-2, but like the other two that lived,
Mm-hmm.
they live with like a third of their HP, so it could have easily swung the other way. So I think that it's going to be the exact same going into this game, and I expect that results are going to vary based on who comes out on top on these coin flips.
All right, and speaking of flips, we do have Reapers opting to take the blue side this time against DPS. We are going to see the Nico ban and then potentially 2 jungle bans again, as they do want to leave a little bit of the jungle for themselves. The Nocturne, keeping Kagran off of that, probably a smart idea. From the side of DPS, as we do know, Kagran does like to play champs like that, likes to get in your face, and yeah, it does seem like the bans are going to stay the same, coming out Reapers with the Silas, and then they should follow it up again as the Wukong coming through. So they do not want to see these champions piloted either of these
Reapers
junglers.
banned, yeah, Reapers banned Wukong last time.
That's true, yes. And we get a Scion ban this time, so they do not want to see the split push Scion coming through, or the Scion jungle, which I love to see, and we see it all the time.
It would probably end up being
these
Scion jungle.
IBSGs here, as the Smolder ban. So they're trying to, it seems like, a little bit of a different idea here. Coming through is now LG Reapers need to make this blue one work, as they're opting in for the Yunaro.
I don't know much about Spirit because he wasn't the ADC that I played against, but yeah, Jinx. IBSG Classic.
Yeah, so I don't think that I've seen a Jinx lose yet throughout all of my casts in IVSG, so this will be interesting as we get the Jinx along with the Xin Shao coming through. So Rapid Sammy going from the Aatrox to the Xin Shao, another in your face, I want to scrap, I want to fight jungler, and I'm assuming that we're going to see, yep, as we see a Vi coming out of Kagran. Both of these junglers, very similar playstyles, like to take the bruisers, like to fight, and they like to scrap as often as they can. And Galio coming out for potentially Bagoot or Spaghetti.
Yeah, I think the Galio is nice because it's a pretty big flex in my opinion. You can even send it top if you want, depending on what the top lane situation is.
Ooh, not a
like.
Gnar.
Not a Gnar, but before the Gnar.
Yeah. As we round out the first.
All right, so they're assuming that that's definitely not top, which is fair.
Yeah, as a reminder to everybody, this is Fearless. Prod just updated that down onto the bot side there. So we are in game 2, so the first 10 champions played aren't going to be played again. Jax and Pantheon being banned out from DPS, and now they are targeting the support from the side of DPS on Reapers. They do not want this hard engage. They don't want the super safety of the Braum, the stacking engage that can come from a Gnar and a Xin Shao. So no Maokai and no Braum, as Soraka is going to come through. A full just healing enchanter is going to be in the hands of John.
I would have loved seeing Tom Kench instead. I think nothing is funnier than Vi ulting someone and then Kench eating them and then walking them further away.
Yeah, so Reapers looks like they're accepting the gauntlet thrown down. They're going to take the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank extremely strong into Soraka as long as you can land your hooks, but we see time and time again in here, and I think it was last week we did see a Blitzcrank in your guys' matchup, which started out really strong, but by the end of the game, Blitzcrank was just kind of walking around and just throwing hooks into the wind and missing everything.
I'm not allowed to comment on my teammates at the moment.
It did start, started off strong last week, but it didn't end up going, and we see that a lot in these leagues. And then the Ornn to round it out, good engage, strong engage tool, obviously, with the Ornn ultimate, able to kind of neutralize this Gnar if played correctly. We'll say that because we've seen a lot of these Gnars just kind of run rampant over the top lane. Like, nobody seems to really understand how to play against it. But Ornn, always a good neutralizer. Even if you fall behind, you know, 2 kills, 3 kills, 40 CS, you are still going to be strong. You're going to be able to give a lot of agency to your team through the funds created by your upgraded Forge passive. So, you know, ELR going with a really strong team comp and a Blitzcrank.
I think it's interesting to me that we know that it's Galio mid and then we opt into Ahri anyways.
So like, it's a lot of damage in trade. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in that situation you just kind of assume that you're not going to be hitting Galio very much in lane unless you're picking an AD champion. You're not really going to be interacting with him much, and you just kind of like push waves into him, back up, push waves into him. So I would say like a Veigar, especially with how much like forward, I guess, like picks Elegy Reaper have. I think the cage would have been much better than, you know, the pick potential with Ahri. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, interesting pick, you know, to say the least, especially since they didn't match it in the first round. They saved their counter pick for it and then just picked a bad matchup for your mid laner anyways. But like you did say, they are going to be able to push the tempo. Baguti's going to have to get at least an item, kind of like the last one where Ari's going to be able to push it a lot better. And with that, we are going to get into the Rift. You're 1-0 right now. Who you got for game 2, Excel?
Take a look at these again.
Welcome to Summoner's
I think I have Reapers this time.
Okay.
Well, hang on. This level 1 was not mine.
All right, this level 1 was not already done yet, as we do see DPS is trying to go in for a nice cheeky invade. It's always awesome to see a team say, hey.
I don't think it's an invade. I think they're assuming Elegy's going to invade. So they're here to like watch for the invade.
They're not getting ready to move in right now, as here come Reapers. Or here come DPS just leaving there too. And once again, blue side getting the vision advantage as they do get a ward over to the Raptors of Rapid Sammy now as we're moving along here. About to start up. No actual kills or invade or counter invades successful here. We do see a lot of pings trying to call out where everybody is. And this mid lane matchup here now, we're going to see how Bagut ends up doing into this Ahri here, as should favor the Galio. So, but it is something that Renegade decided to pick into this. And if his last game was any indication, he does know how to play into the matchup that maybe shouldn't be too favorable for him. We are getting both of these junglers starting on the top side will be pathing down to the bot, as Bagut ends up eating a lot of poke damage there from the Ahri, a lot of answer damage. Now as over in the top lane here,
for like 40 seconds straight.
yeah, just kind of kept Just taking it as we are getting a bit of a reset. We do hear that the Blitzcrank did end up grabbing somebody onto the in the bot lane here. Okay, we are back. A little bit of a prod joke on me. So we are back into here. Hops did end up taking a lot of the damage in that exchange, as Spaghetti is going to pull John in here, and as we do know, when you're going into a Soraka, it's always a good idea to try to attack the Soraka instead of their lane partner.
Yeah, I don't expect much to be happening in the early game, to be honest. I think as soon as, like, actually, Zen can make stuff happen early, especially with Gnar on the top side. I don't expect much to happen in the bot side. I don't expect Kagura to do a whole lot until he's 6. Then again, I expected them to fight over Scuttle early last game, and they didn't, so maybe they fight over it this time.
Yeah, as the hook goes low and Renegade trying to push Bagut out, but he does have the phase rush, and then followed by a quick flash and flash. Rapid Sammy looked like he wanted to take that, but then sort of backed off and then went back in on there. Now, as Kagrin is going to be caught out on this vibe, but is able to hop over or around the silence pool from the Soraka. So nothing really lost, nothing gained except for flashes in the lane.
I don't think Kagura realized that he was going to be in range for Kagura to get him. For Sammy, I don't think Sammy thought that Bagu was going to be in range to get him. So he was walking away because he's like, oh, it's Galio. He's out. It's fine. And then he noticed that he's walking at him. But Galio flash being down just means, repeat gank, right? Especially if, like, the trades are going the way that the trades are going.
Yeah, and that's interesting. Something to take away from game 1 as well is that we did not see a lot of ganks being the cause of fights in the early game, right? Like we had 2 4-2s on the outside here. Is Galio is going to go in, does get the taunt off, little clean exchange there. Does take a little bit of damage on the backside there, but hits level 5 here is matched up with Renegade, and DPS getting the double scuttle, and now coming down. But yeah, to your point earlier, like we haven't seen a lot of lane ganks at all from either of these junglers.
They're selfish. What can you say? You know what I'm saying? Sammy went, took his top laner's cannon.
That's true. This Renegade is going to land a charm here and a little bit of follow-up damage here. Bagut is going to have to be wary as the level 6 wave isn't here just yet for the Ahri, but getting close. And if we look up and down the line, we do see, once again, DPS having a strong CS lead 0. Having a big CS lead over Dwagon. This is 2 games in a row now. On the Gnar, very impressive. Hard to really do too much into. But this game, Hops now is actually down below Spirit. So what we had in game 1 is not the same in game 2. The ultimate is going to come out from 0. Dwagon does end up trying to headbutt into the Gnar on the back end here. Gonna miss the stun though, and gonna have to just sort of settle for a little bit of poke here on the back end of that play.
I think it's tough for Hops to be able to do much just because they supported Blitzcrank. They have one ability. If you don't hit it, you're kind of just on your own for a little bit. It's also super telegraphed, and they like Soraka, so they just kind of don't do anything, right? Jinx can basically take like bad trades with Hops, go like 1-for-1 with like half their HPs, and then she gets healed back up. And what do Blitz do? Watch. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's basically a all or nothing. Like you either get the kill or expend the flash and the heal, or you basically don't do anything there. So will end up becoming very important later on, depending on who he ends up getting a hold of. But for now, yeah, this lane is sort of DPS doing a really good job of not getting caught by any of it, and Rapid Sammy kind of having his way with the jungler here, right? Like just kind of getting away with the double scuttle. As Spaghetti is going to throw out a hook, it's going to go wide right. Soraka or John on the Soraka doing a good job of kind of faking him out with what he wants to do here. As Renegade is going to ult in, land the charm. Rapid Sammy does end up having the 2 of the 3 knockouts here, and First Blood going over to Renegade on the Ahri on the back side of that. Rapid Sammy taking another tower shot, but not going low enough, as now, as you called for, you have that. Make sure you get the gank off, as the Ornhorn is going to come through. It's not enough to take out the caster minions, so Zero not going to have to worry about
Look,
anything
interesting use
really here.
of the ult. I feel like you just walk in the lane.
I think maybe he thought that it was going to actually take the minions out. He'd be able to follow up under the turret, but yeah, did not
It's
work
been his
out
top
that way.
jungler's top side, right? So you just go to lane, and then if like Zero tries to fight you again, then you use it. Now you have Vi with you. But instead you've used it, you don't have it for like any kind of trading in lane now, and your Vi's pathing away from you. So you're kind of just like,
Basically used it for nothing and got nothing out of
yeah,
it.
you're
But
like
now you have
kinda
no
cut.
agents.
Now you have to reset.
Right.
You
And it's
can't
going to be down
contest
for the
anything.
grubs. Yeah, it's going to be down for the
And if
grubs.
like Sammy
Rapid
comes
Sammy
up,
is up.
you're already half HP. Sammy comes up, he just goes, you know. I don't think you're tanky enough to survive it this early.
Right, is now Elegy Reapers with Vi on the wrong side of the map. Rapid Sammy is on a ward, but as you said before, all the prio on the top lane is going to Zero on this Gnar, so this is going to be free grubs and basically no answer from the side of Reapers here, as they're just going to get a little
Actually,
bit of
my mind
damage
about who's
onto
gonna win.
Bagut.
Can I change my prediction?
No, you're locked in. Reapers is going to come back
No.
and win this somehow, as Yunara ends up getting a catch onto the Soraka. Spaghetti gets a catch onto the Soraka with the hook. Ult coming out from Hops, and Soraka down before she can get her ult out.
My channel points.
She's still level 5, so did not have access to the ultimate, was not able to flash and heal in time. So free kill off screen on the way to Hops. So Reapers doing their best to get this back here, as we are going to see how this transpired, as it looks like Spaghetti just gets a good... Oh, wow, just literally just walks up there. And then Hops going through the chompers. Yeah, no, it's just a clean hook. And that's kind of like what can happen. You don't have to hit them all, you just have to hit the right ones.
Who's having a tough time in this matchup? Oh, goodbye.
As the Jinx Rocket is going to come through, Spirit with the perpendicular rocket. I talk about that all the time, how I love to see that, but we'll have to get back to that. Zornhorn is going to miss. Wagon ends up missing his shot, and Zero's just going to be able to run him down here with the W passive from Minar. The boomerang slowing down, and now a flash forward does end up claiming it right as he's about to get Meganar, so Kagran's not even going to be able to answer this now, as now Spirit, after getting that free kill in the mid lane, able to sort of push this over here. Also, Soraka did end up hitting 6 before Dwagon died, but I guess he didn't call for the ultimate there.
Oh, Soraka's on Zero side. So I think in case Kagran came up, Soraka has ulti for him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Moving into this now, we do see DPS did end up taking the Feats of Warfare there too on that Jinx kill, or on the Gnar kill. So that is going to be one of the 3 objectives that they need. They did end up getting the first dragon and the grubs. So with full control over that now, all they have to do is take this next dragon and it's theirs. See, Reaper's starting to get this vision here. Renegade does walk forward on the Ahri, misses the charm, and then throws out the Q, but still doesn't see anybody. Vi with some fancy footwork there. Able to Vault Breaker away here now, as the vision line is getting improved from the side of DPS. Another charm misses, and Rapid Sammy decides to go in, flash away from Spaghetti, as the Vault Breaker is being charged. Not ready to use it yet now.
This is DPS's feats as well, if they get this.
Yes, it is now Bagut onto the backside, getting chased by Renegade on this Ahri. They pull the dragon out to the backside here, but it is now a 4v4 here with no teleport available for either top laner. So Renegade trying to get the flank onto the bottom, does get the ult and the charm in there. flashing away, does get taunted, and now Zinchao in with the ultimate coming out from the Galio to save him. Now Sammy is running for his life along with John and Renegade, and on the top side of this, Spirit does end up getting the Mega Death Rocket, and now the reset, but Kagrin does get the Vault Breaker, does pop the shield, and is able to get out of here now, but DPS taking a really strong 3-for-0 fight away, or 3-for-1 because Soraka died early on in that fight. So 3-for-1 away from Reapers, and now this dragon is open for them. Shut up. John is going to end up getting this kill on the Vi as he just throws out a blind Q, and Kagrin running for their life is going to take a tower shot, and Soraka claiming the kill for themselves. Great job.
Insane support gameplay.
Yeah, just telling each other where they are. Zero is actually going to get on top of Dragon here, gets a clean hop into the stun, to the Gnarl, to the kill, and first turret, and the feats of Monster Slaying going over to the side of DPS along with the feats of Warfare. That is going to be a 3 feat complete for the side of DPS.
Oh, my channel points back.
Turret plating will fall soon.
As we look into the game state here now, Reaper's down 2-8 in kills. They're down a turret. They're down 2 dragons and the grubs and a 5k gold lead. What is their avenue back in here? Is it just off the backs of Spaghetti getting lucky as Renegade is coming down here to try to push this play again? They did see her walk over a ward, but so now they kind of have to back off and play a little scared. But did not see
I
her.
think their play has to be stop looking for team fights on these objectives and just focus exclusively on looking for single target trades with this kind of and then you just let your Born collect side waves, get experience. Eventually, he will get his level 18, and then you guys will have a chance for the scaling aspect of it.
Ooh, the hook is pulled in onto Spirit. The ultimate coming up from Blitzcrank as well, but healed there. And yeah, you're right. The Reapers does end up having like really strong scale, and while we were hearing that analytical point, we also saw Bagut does get caught in the mid wave by the Xin Shao and the Ahri, not able to get away from that. So Bagut struggling heavily on this matchup that should favor him. I guess we shouldn't question Renegade's decisions anymore when it comes to who he wants to play on the mid lane.
Maybe I had the matchup backwards. Maybe it was Ahri favored all along.
Ooh, another hook coming in, another knockup onto Spirit. The Ignite is down this time too, but the Soraka getting just enough off with the Summoner heal. Does still have the ultimate as well, as they are trying to get this to come through, and Kagrin coming around the backside is looking for the flank. Spaghetti caught down here is now the ultimate going down alongside of the Blitzcrank hook, so for some weird synergy there is now Bagut does end up getting kind of screwed over by Zero as they pop in, as another teleport's coming through here, as Gnar will end up hitting the full Gnar as Renegade coming back here. That's a triple kill for Zero on this teleport. Gnar cleaning house of the Reapers and looking to take tier 1 bot while Sammy gets the Rift Herald.
I think the dive was a great idea. They hard overstayed for it.
Yeah, as this comes up here, we do end up getting this, but John on the Soraka able to, W and use the Summoner heal and hold their ultimate at the same time, trying, like you said, like they do come around here. Kagrin's coming around the backside. They think that they have this, but then the ultimate from the Vi and the pull-up from the Blitzcrank take one too many turret shots. That is an activated turret, and then Bagut kind of like, you see there, he gets the taunt off in the kill, but then Zero is in the perfect position to knock him up and just make him take 2 extra tower shots as everything else comes through, and then Zero hitting the Mega Gnar, getting the ultimate off, and Renegade coming down with the Ahri ultimate as well. So clean fight from DPS to counter that that tower dive, as they also get the tier 1 mid turret on the back end of that play in the picture in picture on the bottom side of the screen. this right now with the 2-1-3 Jinx, a 404 Ari, Gnar 501, and the CS lead in basically every single portion except for the Blitzcrank. This is now, I believe, officially DPS's game to lose and to give away, as Reapers is going to have to find some way to stall this game out, but DPS putting a lot of pressure on there now as Dwagon about to fall to 0 once again. Dominating is an understatement. 6-0-1 is Kagrin trying to go in, but Rapid Sammy waiting for them there. The Blitzcrank hook is going to come through. Soraka Hill's going through. Vi is going to get on top of the Jinx. And Jinx does end up going down, but on the back side of this play now, Hops is in there. Renegade's going to ult in, land the charm. Ooh, Hops with a good flash out onto the backside there, but Renegade chasing down. The ultimate is popped on the Yunara. Do not get the Triumph reset for the health, and Renegade and Rapid Sammy taking down what's left of Reapers at this point. Even when they get the picks that they want, it doesn't come out the way that they want it to.
Galio R came up with, I believe, which is unfortunate because I think with the R, Hops might have been able to actually win. Just the extra shield.
Yeah, just a lot of damage that could have been negated from Renegade there. So unfortunate, just timing, but they are the ones that ended up starting that fight, right? It was a hook from
But I mean, the pick was good. They
backside.
got what they wanted.
Yeah.
It's just when they're fighting around enemy teams, so multiple people can collapse on them. If they're able to do the same thing but off on the side, I think it's much easier.
Yeah, and Kagrin kind of thinking that since Gnar was on the top side, they could go for that blue buff because they vault breakered into the blue buff, and then just was for some reason not able, didn't see Sammy there. So the fight was kind of started on accident, but then they did get a good hook and a kill onto the Jinx pretty quickly. But like you said, just no follow through afterwards. Is now it does kind of look like Bagoot is setting up inside the Raptors here, but
I don't think they picked up Herald.
I think they used it mid-fight when the tower dive happened. Oh, did he? Okay, so yeah, you're right. Zin did end up leaving it in the pit on accident, so a little bit of a mistake from Rapid Sammy. I think at 4:05 right now in the lead that he's got.
It's BM.
We're gonna give him a little bit of a break there.
Yeah. I think it's BM. I think Sammy's just like, you know what? I don't want this, but I also don't want you guys to have it. Just gonna make sure nobody gets it.
Can't have you, no one can.
Shelly's funless because of Sammy.
I just see the 20-minute mark hits. We do get the Otacons spawning into the Rift here now as DPS with an 18-6, kind of a stomp lead here, but Renegade caught out, is going to get pulled up and knocked down. The shutdown going over to the Yunara. That's a huge shutdown for the side of Reapers, and that might be their first avenue back into this game, but we do still have Zero on the top side, just punishing Dwagon on this Ornn. The neutralization is not happening for this one. Zero hitting the Mega Gnar is going to get the stun and the ultimate on top of it. And Dwagon just trying to do everything he can to just live as long as he can. Hits the wall, but the headbutt is not going to do any knockup damage. Zero is now pressing for this tier 3 of Elegy Reapers and is ready to crack the base as the Otacon is up there, and Bagoot kind of getting caught out by Rapid Sammy, but does have Kagrin waiting in the wings, does end up getting the Q into there. Will end up using the ultimate, and the knock away from Rapid Sammy as the ultimate, or as the teleport coming in from Renegade does end up getting the charm. It's now a 2v2, both jungglers are both people low here as Rapid Sammy is going to end up getting the Triumph for the health back, and then taking down Kagrin as well, and that is going to be another fight they started that they couldn't finish. Is now Spaghetti catching out the Gnar here. Zero is going to end up potentially falling here as he does. Another shutdown going over to the Yunara, but that is 2 kills and an Otacon going over to the side of DPS at the same time.
I mean, he got the tower as well.
That's true. Yeah. So he got the tier 3 tower and the Otacon. So as we reset here,
The healing is kind of insane,
21.
and they have no
Yeah.
they have no anti-heal either. You've got Soraka, you've got Crypt Bloom. Oh,
Yeah. So here's the fight that we saw earlier from Renegade down onto the bot side here as the silence crank pulling back in. So production is telling us that we have a really cool okay. Yeah, so now we're getting into this here. We got 22 minutes and 30 seconds on. Elegy Reapers still kind of trying to play around this Blitzcrank and Vi combo, trying to get something to where they can get a numbers advantage here, maybe pull somebody out that they don't kind of want to get out. And we do quietly have a 6-3-2 Yunara as the fight is being pulled here. Oh my gosh, Kagrin falling so quickly now as Blitzcrank is going to end up saving Yunara on the backside here, but now it's 2v4 on the bot side here around the tier 2 turret, and a fight that Elegy Reapers does not want. The charm is going to go wide left, but so is the hook coming back from Spaghetti, so no kills as of right now, but they do seem like Reapers kind of wants to get inside this vision in their jungle and kind of clear it out. DPS turning their attention towards the 4th in a row dragon as the Cloud Drake and the Cloud Soul is up here. Zero by himself going in here. The Ornhorn is going to hit up here. Bagoot with a ton of CC, but Hops, while getting the kill over there, almost
I'm
took
pretty
out
sure
Yunara
Hops
on
autos
1v4.
do more damage than Zero's autos do more damage than Hops's.
100%. He almost killed the Yunara on the back end there while getting
Into like 3
knocked
people.
around like a ping pong ball in there. So this star is pretty freaking scary right now, especially once the Sterix pops, because he gets an even bigger, AD bonus after that once that hits. So yeah, this is just kind of insane. They end up getting the kills that they want in the jungle, take the dragon, then they go over, and almost get a 1v4 kill for Zero. And with the triumph, you do know that if he got that kill on the Hops, that fight was going to be a 4 for 0.
I think if he got the kill on Hops there, Elegy loses the fight to him.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And then he might just be able to end the game, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because you have Ornn, who's behind, does no damage. You've got Galio, who's behind, does no damage. And you've got Blitzcrank, who is Blitzcrank, and does no damage. So, like...
Yeah, now Dragon, we're just seeing how quickly can Zero 1-0 this Ornn, because that is a lot of damage coming out. All the slows, everything. It's a level 17, 3 completed items plus upgraded merc treads. But on the other end of the fight, we do see Spaghetti getting a quick onto John, but not able to finish them off. And now that is the first kill over to Renegade on this Ahri, and the reset Jinx pushing down the mid lane. Meanwhile, Gnar on the bot side, a taunt is going to come out onto the Xin Zhao, but Hop stuck between a rock and a hard place here is going to get ulted on by Renegade, gonna land the charm. And now Spirit on the backside with Kagrin, but the ult coming from Soraka just heals up a whole half of his health bar. And then on top of that, coming through and getting the shield and getting the kills on the back end of that. Soraka, the healing battery that she is coming through, really strong. John doing a really good job this game of just keeping Spirit alive every time that they can. And DPS pushing down the mid wave. That is going to be number 1 of 3 Nexus, inhibitor turrets going down, the second inhibitor going down, Renegade landing charm after charm, and follow-up damage from Spirit. Now Spaghetti missing a hook, so just kind of standing around now as we see the faults of the Blitzcrank when you are not ahead. It just feels so bad as DPS is looking to potentially end this game, but it does look like they are going to go through the safer route,
Baron.
push this Baron.
That's insane. You have 3 waves coming in. I don't think you need Baron. But hey, maybe they don't want to risk it.
Yeah, we see this a lot here where, it's like, well, we don't have the killing end right now. Plus, they did just get a lot of global gold, so they probably just want to take this Baron, make sure that they don't overextend, take the safer route, get the Baron, reset, buy your 4th items, and complete them. And then this is probably going to be really close to the end for Elegy Reapers in Game 2. See now, we do have a small vision line for Elegy Reapers, so they do know like they can take a little bit of resources. DPS have not actually been taking advantage of that to just clear out every resource away from Kagran on the back end of these fights. But they did get the Baron. They are chasing down Spaghetti. The Audacious Charge is going to come through. Renegade on the backside does throw a charm over to Hops and is going to follow now. And so much damage coming out from this Gnar and this Ahri. There's just not enough. There's really nothing that Hops can do. They are just so far behind. They're getting mollywopped by the wallets here of DPS as turret 1 goes down, turret 2 goes down in quick succession, and now the Nexus is going to follow as the KDA padding does try to come through, but not going to get it. DPS with a definitive win, 28 minutes, sending ELR with their backs against the wall for game 3, down 2-0 to DPS.
Reverse sweep, reverse sweep, reverse sweep.
Would it be the first time that we've seen it? Probably won't be the last, but Reapers just look completely outmatched in every single lane, and they just including the jungle. So just everywhere on the map there, they were just from the beginning, from the get-go. Look at that Gnar damage to turrets. He just did so much work, by himself when his team was winning the 4v4s, and then when he joined the team fights, it was absolutely over. So, going into game 3, what is the strategy for Elegy Reapers to kind of bring themselves back in here? Is it a complete, hey, we need to just get as much tank and CC as we can? Do we just try to go for all comfort here, just put everybody on whatever they want? What do you do as Elegy Reapers when you're down 2-0? Have they just been
they opted a little too much into tank that last game? I think you just full send everybody on a DPS champion, and just actually coin flip the game early. If you get 1% snowballing, that's at least more than you had this game, because you had Hops getting gold, but he's really not going to be able to do a whole lot as a Yunara to a Xin Zhao. He presses R and then he just kind of stands a little bit further away from you, and now your damage is basically negated. So
yeah,
I think
go ahead.
Yeah, I think they've opted a little too much into tankiness in this game. You've got your Vi, who is TPS kind of, but it's more burst damage, front loaded damage. You've got Yunara, who's going to do sustained damage if she can free hit. She's not going to get to free hit in this game between Ahri, Xin Zhao, Gnar. Everybody's just running at her. And even if she does end up being able to hit anybody, Soraka heals it back up for the team. And then you have basically 3 tanks between Ornn, Galio, and Blitzcrank.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't really. There wasn't really much that Hops was going to be able to do in this game unless he got super far ahead early. If he was the Gnar in this game, maybe. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think they need to opt into just full DPS, send it. Everybody just coin flip your lanes early. It's, you're at match point, basically. It's finals. What do you have to lose besides the series?
One thing I would like to see out of Kagran is what we saw last week, a lot of lane ganking and, trying to push the pressure and try to get his lanes ahead, where both of these junglers have been pretty, content to just full clear and then take objectives and just try to fight off of that, where there hasn't been a lot of action into the lane. So I'd like to see a little bit of press on that. But before we go into game 3, we are going to start the awards here. So get ready for the Titan Awards for the Gladiator League coming through, as we now see the Fall 2025 Player Awards. For the top lane, we have Zero, the jungler, GCC Samurai, the mid lane, Liar, JBJ Slifer on the bot lane, and Spaghetti. 50 Alistair, I would like to see here, getting here. So congratulations to these members. The most valuable player, Slifer, taking it. JBJ Slifer taking this one here. EDC getting the most valuable player. I like to see that. See, DPS Zero getting the runner up for the MVP, and then the second All-Pro team, Malevolent Blights, Nitro Zeus is the top laner, King VV, JRCC, King VV in the jungle, Buck B in the mid, and then Viper and Helium Bamboo taking that. And then third All-Pro team going over to GCCE, Temuan Zeus, or Zeus, sorry, Rapid Sammy. So DPS getting a lot of love here in this one, as Reaper's Bagoot taking the mid lane, Trainer Gain taking from the ADC and Rocky. And I don't know if there's a typo, but Excel, what happened?
I wasn't even on the list of people that you could pick, so you have to type it in. No, I think the people that are here for a reason. As much as my ego would like to say otherwise, I think Slifer played really, really well in our series. Obviously, I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for the people that like I've played personally against. So like Helium, I've known for a while, great player. Rocky's insane. I think Rocky's a little underrated. I think he should be higher up personally, but you know, it's hard to do that when your team is like 4-3 or 3-4 going into playoffs. And then I think Trainer's great. I haven't played against Spirit in this series, and Hops kicked my ass last week. So, I mean, Spirit's beating him now, so I guess I'm like 7th now.
Yeah.
9th.
Yeah, it was updated into the arena every week, so it shouldn't be too much of a surprise for anybody there if you've been following along with that content, which is always a great read, and especially since we only get to stream one of these games a week. I relied heavily on that for the stories of the games and what to look out for, and now with
Typhoon and
that,
Pando, you guys stink.
yeah.
You guys stop doing it halfway through and get it together.
There we go. But good words from Excel on that. Thank you for your insight into that. And congratulations to all the finalists, runner-ups, and the third team too. Because as we're getting into the end of the season, looking into next season, some of these players are going to be sought after by other teams and things like that. So we'll see as we end up moving forward. But with that, Titan Esports finals. Game 3 coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, as I fix my mic, welcome everybody back to the Gladiator Titan Esports Gladiator Finals between Dropping Point Spartans and Elegy Reapers. DPS up 2-0 as we're getting ready for the draft of Game 3. Excel, how we feeling about Game 3? Still
Reverse sweep, reverse sweep, reverse sweep.
Still pulling it up? Are we reverse psychologying that because we want a 3-0, or do we really want the scrapes out?
No. Give me the scrapes.
Yeah, I actually do love them. So Game 2.
I'm retired. I got nothing better to do. It's either this or go play League of Legends with my coach. And for anyone that knows my coach, this is less abusive.
Less abusive. There we go. As a coach should be. So as we're getting into Game 3, Game 2, a little bit of a one-sided stomp from DPS from basically everybody, 0 all the way down to John. Did not do very well, or did really well. Elegy, did not do well with dealing with them. We saw the Gnar just kind of take over the game. Sammy on the Xin Shao take over the game. And Renegade on the Ari going into a Galio and impressively beating him like really hard was also a very
I wish
top spot of
I
that.
wish they could like stats could track how many autos like a champion does to another champion, but like specifically,
Mhm.
I want to see how many autos Galio ate from Ari like pre-6, just like in lane, just how often he got hit by autos.
Yeah, that's one of those things where you take a champion into well, I mean he blinded the Galio, so he didn't even take it as a counter pick, but it is normally known as one. But yeah, that's kind of one of those understated things like Annie range, right? Like with the
Wait,
650
do we know
Annie
if he
attack range.
started
Uh,
D ring, D shield? Do we know what he started? I didn't pay attention.
I believe it was D Ring, but I could be wrong.
It's-
But yeah, it was a little bit of one-sided. Game 1 was back and forth. Game 2 extremely one-sided for DPSs. Now we're getting ready to go into Game 3. Let's see what Reapers can do if they can dig down deep, get themselves a win, and then just kind of take this momentum moving forward. So you're still looking up the D Ring, trying
I
to
was
figure
trying
it
to,
out.
but it was a custom game, so I can't see it right now.
Ah.
Um, Unfortunate, but I think D shield would have been better. But more importantly, yo Ray, next time take Doran's blade. Trust. I wouldn't let you. I wouldn't lead you astray.
So we're having a little bit of issues on that DPS, as they've done all season with their roster swapping, have taken out Spirit for Fighter. Now, Hops was one of the guess glowing positives if you are from Reapers. On the Unara, they did do really well to kind of keep them sort of in the game until it came down to having to fight all 5 of the members of DPS. But Hops, one of the glowing points here, Spaghetti on the Blitzcrank, not super effective outside of lane. Did end up getting a lot of summoners followed by kills on the second hooks, things like that. But outside of the lane, Spaghetti on the Blitzcrank, not very effective, especially into John Soraka. How do you see Reapers moving forward with this Game 3? Do they go for like another hook champ? Do they go for an enchanter
I think
themselves?
I think Reapers has their tried and true, which is Bagu on like normally I would say like a control mage, so I'm a little surprised by what he's been playing. Um he might pull out like a LeBlanc, maybe. I think Hops stays on his mobile ADCs, so I expect Kaisa, Callista, um, maybe an Ezreal, uh, Vayne. So he likes his ADCs with dashes, and I
Hmm.
expect one of them to come out. I expect Spaghetti to stay on some sort of engage for their team. Maybe a Leona.
Okay.
They banned Braum the last few games, so maybe they pick Braum this time around. Um, and then Kagrin, I think him and Sammy are kind of fighting it out to see who's going to play Wukong game 5.
Mhm.
So they're going to keep banning that.
Yeah, it is banned red
But I,
side every single time. So.
yeah, so I expect that there's going to be some sort of maybe like a top lane pick that Kagrin's going to bust out.
Hmm.
I don't know if Zahen is enabled. I don't think so.
No, Zehen
Oh
is
yeah,
disabled until next season.
Got it,
So
got
for
it.
all of these.
So no Zahan there. Since I was already gone, I don't know. Maybe Rek'Sai?
Rek'Sai in the jungle, okay, coming through. I mean, we
Yeah.
have seen a lot of Ambessa coming through, for fighter wise. Also, yeah, as you said, the Wukong Nocturne is still up. We do have Warwick. If any of them play it, it is very strong, especially early on,
Yeah.
to get some ganks off. One thing that we haven't seen, and we talked about it at the end of the last game, is there has not been a lot of um, there hasn't been a
Ganking.
lot
Yeah.
of ganking going on. Yeah, like it's insane because every other time that
They're,
I've
they're
seen these
playing
guys
PvE.
play, yeah, every time I see these guys, they're ganking lanes like nonstop. So, is that something that they're talking about in between the games? Like, hey, we need more ganks, we need something. Like,
I
obviously,
don't
it's working for DPS, but
yeah, I don't think so. I think it's more like Kagrin and Sammy are both kind of just like playing chicken with each other. Like, oh,
Mhm.
like if you gank, I'm gonna go take your jungle. So it's like either we're both clearing or neither of us are clearing. And if neither of us are clearing, we're fighting over something. So I think it's part of it is finals jitters for some people.
Mhm.
I'd say probably Reapers more so than DPS. It seems like DPS seems pretty chill. So I think part of it is maybe like finals jitters, and then part of it is like, oh, like I'm just gonna match pacing with my opponent jungle, who's not interested in ganking, so I'm not gonna be interested in ganking.
Yeah, and it has worked out a lot more for DPS. Like they've had the lane push from their mid laner, from their bot laner. So they have had priority over most of these early game objectives just through wave management. So it is working out for them. So why change that unless Kagrin decides to do something completely different from Reapers here? I mean, if you're gonna play this kind of like super clear or whatever, like why not just cart this so that you can just hit 6 and ult and then buy your malignance and ult on cooldown. If you're not going to be interacting with the lanes, then something like that. I don't know, but it is weird to me, seeing Kagrin on these champions not utilizing their kit to their full potential as the band's coming out, getting the same thing: the
There's the
Nocturne, the
Wukong.
Braum, the Alistar, the Wukong, Silas, and guess we'll see here what ends up getting banned. The Nico again. So ELR does not want to see the Nico in the hands of John. So Reapers did elect to go to the red side this time, and we are going to get the Rapid Sammy Pantheon, which I love to see. Pantheon coming out of the jungle is so strong, and it's so fun. It's point and click CC followed up with damage mitigation or, a lot of follow-on damage on the backside of that. Does have a global ultimate kind of akin to the Nocturne, and surprisingly this time the Scion was not banned, so maybe that's something that Reapers is looking to play into as we get the Kaisa and the Amumu coming out for Reapers.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, champion with the dash, and there's the Leona. I think that Amumu is a flex, as with the Pantheon I would have said was a flex up until they picked the Leona. Circles.
Yeah.
We love circles.
Yeah, solar flare until the bullet time is so strong. I mean, already they have basically three ways, to lock down people inside of this, as we are going to get the Rakan, so that is more than likely not going to be a mummy top or mid. So that is going to be Kagrin on the Amumu, and I don't hate it. Honestly, it works really well with Kaisa. Obviously, so does Rakan, being able to, knock up and charm. And so a lot of agency given to the Kaisa to be able to, use her ultimate there, and a lot of frontline peel as well, because depending on how Spaghetti plays it, I like playing Rakan with the Shirelias going into basically full tank so that I can be another stopgap in between my ADC and their team, as the Orianna and the Scion comes out as well. And we will not be seeing the Renekton jungle. Sorry. That's going to get banned out. So DPS looking to punish Dwagon in the top lane, taking away the Olaf and the Renekton. So we'll see what they end up following up with here. Talia going to be the pick for Bagut in the mid lane.
Interesting.
That's a hell of a finger champ. That's very hard to play. And Renegade throwing down the gauntlet, willing to play the Dash Champ into the Talia. This is not an easy matchup.
I'm convinced
for
that Ray
Talia.
is just like, okay, I'm gonna let this guy have counter matchups every game, and see if I'm gonna do this for practice.
Yeah, so we do get the Kane coming out here. Is this a 0 Kane or is this a Pantheon or is this a 0 Pantheon that we're looking at into here? The Urgot is going to round out the comp for the Reapers. I do really like Elegy's comp. If this was their game 1 comp, I would really like this, but seeing the way that they have kind of played and gotten outfingered and outmatched in pretty much every aspect of this series so far, I do feel that they have a much harder comp to pull off than DPS. You have Solar Flare, you have the Fizzle, you have Pantheon, point and click stun, a top lane Kane coming in, but he's not really going to be able to charge up the red buff as easily as he wants to, so this is going to be a delayed red Kane unless he opts for the blue into an Urgot, but I don't think he'd do that.
Is Urgot count as range or melee?
Range? Oh.
Technically, his autos are short.
Urgot is range, okay. Yeah, but he does, it is like a 475 range, so he does count as a ranged champion. Unless somebody in chat wants to correct me, right? I'm not the smartest, but I am pretty sure of that one though. So DPS coming through, top Kane, Pantheon, Fizz, a lot of kill potential, a lot of dive potential, obviously with the follow-up from the Leona, and a lot of lockdown for the bullet time. So a lot is going to be put in on the sub of Fighter for the side of DPS. And meanwhile, Reapers, Elegy, they have a very standard strong comp. My only concern here would be Bagut on this Talia. If he's able to sort of not use all of his abilities on the wave and not get like constantly killed by the Fizz in the mid lane. So, this being said, game 3, LG Reapers backed against the wall. Do you still have faith that they're going to pull this one out, or do you kind of like DPS's ease of comp to pull off as a way to just kind of shut this one out and give themselves the championship for the Gladiator finals?
I think it depends on specifically how top lane goes. If Zero's able to get out of lane fine, then I think DPS can win pretty easily, because all they have to do is just click like they basically have like a bunch of like, I click one button and my champion is useful champions, except for Kane. And then like on the other side, like you have Urgot, and not really it's hard for the rest of the DPS comp to deal with like a fed Urgot, other than with like Leona like perma CCing him. So I want Elegy to win this game. I don't think that they will.
Okay. I mean, you just still have a little bit of the global to match the global, right? Talia can always ult if they call the Pantheon ult coming in. Can get in onto the backside. You get a good Curse of the Sad Mummy off, along with Kaisa being able to just hyper carry towards the late game. As long as Hops can, get in there and actually auto attack and get stacks and follow up damage and crowd control from the rest of his team, I do believe that like they can do it. And Hops,
I think Hops has
was good. So,
I think Hops has a crazy difficult challenge ahead of him to try to auto attack Pantheon with a point and click stun, Leona with a point and click stun, Fizz and Kane with basically dodgeable abilities, like they just become untargetable. He has one champion that he can hit reliably, and that's Fighter. And I think if he's hitting Fighter, he's getting slapped in the face by like Leona, Pantheon.
So then who do we put the onus on here for Reapers to kind of carry this game? Is it Dwagon on the Urgot? Is it going to be Hops to be able to navigate the Chum the Waters, the Solar Flare, and everything else? Or is it going to be...
We put it on
Rakan to just keep everybody alive and
keep everybody not alive, just keep everybody locked in
there we go.
to the a Mumu like ulti basically.
Here we go as we get into game 3. DPS with a 2-0 lead over Elegy Reapers for the Gladiator Finals, and I do believe we are finally going to see an invade, the first one, and it does look like DPS is going to be the ones that pull the trigger on this. As Dwagon is in a good spot, but he is going to have to see them and move away quickly enough, because that is all 5 members coming down. Rapid Sammy is able to get in here. They do end up seeing him, but they kind of pause over by the tri-brush, allowing him to get away. And now I wouldn't hate to see a ward placed in one of these bushes to track them, but it's just going to be DPS getting some deep vision onto the red. This time, LG Reapers, this is the first time that a team on the red side has gotten deep vision of the early game for the junglers, so at least something has changed here. Is now Dwagon and Zero fighting over here. Zero just kind of going away. It looked like he wanted to
He was
try
trying
to
to
get
proxy.
that. Yeah, trying to get the proxy in, but now Kagrin is here as well. Not going to pull the trigger on it, not going to do anything
think he should've
stupid like
done
the Q, but yeah, kind of crazy that it just worked out that way, that Dwagon had to get away from that. As we see the electrocute damage coming out of this Fizz is just a lot into the phase rush for Talia, so a lot of damage every time the Fizz kind of gets on top of there. That's just going to be a huge damage win and trade win for Renegade on the Fizz. Fizz, one of those champions with this playful trickster, able to basically completely negate whole abilities, you know, on the, you know, from connecting. So it's going to be a tall task here, as both of the bot laners are going to hit 2. John looking for an avenue to get in there, but isn't going to hit it. Renegade and Bagoot now going. Renegade's a bit low, but Ignite on the Fizz. If he gets poked out of this lane and can't really get back into it, this is going
I
to be
think Bagoot
really
should have
hard.
kept autoing him as he was walking out.
I think he was probably worried about maybe a playful trickster coming in with a little bit damage.
He started
bit
Q,
damage
didn't
on
he?
the backside.
I'm pretty sure he started Q.
Not too sure, but he has been able to get on top of Bagoot. So,
Started he? Okay. Thank you, production.
yeah, so he did start with the playful trickster. Bot lane kind of going the way that you would think. You know, Rakan into Leona isn't really that hard of a matchup. There's now Renegade almost taken the empowered Q from the Talia, is now just a little bit lowered here. Bagoot hitting level 4. Renegade not really able to do anything, as Dwagon and Zero now fighting. Does end up getting the knockup from the Urgot E, but now Zero just kind of pushing down with the Conqueror stacks, able to basically heal off a lot of that. Did end up backing early with a little bit of a cheater's recall, getting the longsword, so does have a small AD advantage. But now with the wave pushing away from him, Dwagon looking like he's trying to take the back here, but Bagoot out of mana, and Rapid Sammy over here will have flash if he wants to use it, but just pushing Bagoot off of this, trying to help his mid laner just secure this CS over in the mid lane here. Is now John going in, will end up following the Rakan over to the side. Kagrin ended up getting the bandage toss on there. The exhaust is down. Fighter not able to do very much, as Rakan is going to get the first kill. Spaghetti here getting the knockup back up onto the Leona and transferring the kill over to Hop. So that is a 2-0 bot lane for the side of Elegy Reapers, and that is what we were asking for in between the games here, was a gank from Kagrin. He finally does one and pulls it off beautifully. As we see here, and one thing that kind of, it's like a weird interaction here between abilities, right? So misses the Q and ends up taking the Zenith Blade, but it follows Rakan all the way to the backside of Hops on the Kaisa. The exhaust not doing too much there, and I really like this from Hops over here, waiting to actually get the stacks off so that the exhaust didn't take away 35% of that damage there. Rapid Sammy now trying to answer over onto the top side. Dwagon is just going to flash
Both solo laners are
without
flashless.
anything here. So yeah, both top laners now down. Kagrin is on the top side here. They did see Pantheon moving back over to his side. His Renegade is going to get a free... Yes, he's going to get a free dive onto Bagood on this Talia. I didn't see how that started, but
Check the
that is
minion PayPal.
that is the issue when you are going up against a Fizz with a champion that just doesn't have a lot to be able to deal with him now, as Dragon is going to end up missing, and Zero getting caught on the wrong side of the turret here. That's going to be 2 shots. This Dragon does not want to chase this out. Zero might be able to get over here, but Dragon, the longer that he takes, is going to get the ultimate, is going to suppress and pull in. That is the Feats of Warfare for Elegy Reapers, the first one of this series going their way. Dragon on that Urgot there, just kind of sitting and around the turret, waiting till he hits 6 so he could get that Fear Beyond Death off onto Zero. Good play, unfortunately for Zero, taking damage sometimes inside the wall, gives those little like weird things here, as Kagrin is going to be forced to flash out of here, is caught up. There is follow-up damage here coming from the side of them, is a flash coming through from Fighter, and the spear from Pantheon is going to be able to get the kill here. Spaghetti now kind of stuck out here. This MF doing a ton of damage. Pantheon following it up. The turret does not have any minions to kind of take its attention away, as Renegade is now down here, and it does look like DPS has an opportunity to maybe dive this if they want it. Zero here on the top side is trying to get his He is trying so hard to get this proxy down, as Kagrin is fighting him inside the jungle. Both of the Conquerors are going to be stacked. The ultimate is available, but Dragon gets the kill before Zero can hit it. So that is just a dead cane for nothing there, as Kagrin coming over, getting his Urgot a little bit more of a lead. We do see the Tiamat completed.
I'm so confused about why this proxy is so important to him.
Yeah, I think like after that first one didn't work out, maybe you kind of give up on it, but I think that he just doesn't want to interact with the Urgot at all. So maybe that's why he's pushing for it so hard, but it is costing him dearly now, as that's 2 kills given over basically for, well, 1 kill given for free, and the other one just kind of like didn't go his way, lost out on CS and XP early on. Is now Dragon trying to keep Rapid Sammy from being able to move into this scuttle, and giving Kagrin the ability to kind of come down. Is now John is moving up here. Rakan following kind of slowly, so this is going to be a 3v3 to start this. It's going to be a 4v3 potentially before, as DPS asserting their dominance, getting themselves in there for the scuttle, and now they're pushing for the grubs, and it looks like Kagrin is deciding to just kind of do a cross map play here. I actually don't hate this. As indeed they're good. Yes, as indeed they're going to do that, as the DPS take the grubs. Reapers are going to move over into this dragon here. So good cross map play. Don't hate it. I always say, like, when you don't have the ability to contest for the objective, the cross map is always better than dying for nothing. So good play by Reapers to realize there, as it does look like Pantheon's going to be ulting in behind here, as Chum the Waters is going to end up hitting on top of the Amumu, but Rakan is there. The Curse of the Sad Mummy comes out, knocks him down. The bandage toss coming back in. He's going to end up smiting for the health and gets back up, and Spaghetti also landing a Q on the Rakan to be able to heal up Kagrin as well. So Renegade bit off a little bit more than he can chew, going for the tanky Amumu there. Is now John is kind of caught out here. Hops will be able to ult if he wants to jump in here onto this Leona, maybe give Spaghetti an avenue in, but doesn't choose to take it. Is now LG Reapers 5-2, 2k gold, 1.4k gold lead. They look like they are poised to at least make this third game an actual contest.
I think during the grub play, Dwagon could have actually just like messed with Sammy a little bit longer when he started the grubs and stalled out for his team. He's pretty far ahead. I feel like he's how do I put this? When Zero was up, he like punished him a lot harder. It doesn't really feel like Dragon's doing the same.
Yeah. Oh, Zero's going to miss the Q over the wall, but he is going to take the blast plant here. But yeah, it did seem like Dwagon was poised to kind of keep Sammy off of that as the rest of the team came up. I think once they saw John so far ahead of Spaghetti on the support roam, that's when they decided to kind of just say, okay, never mind. Also, Urgot doesn't really need the grubs as much to be able to take this maybe, but yeah. And you also have Renegade, who is really far ahead of Bagoot in terms of being able to really have kill pressure till Talia gets items. Maybe that's why they just were like, let's just call this one off and give it over.
Gotcha. Maybe. How's Sammy's or not Sammy? How's Zero's orbs doing? We close?
Orb collection. It does look like he is sitting with a lot of here as Kagran's going to get a gank on top of Renegade here. The Curse of the Sad Mummy comes out to flash away from Renegade, but the bandage toss is going to secure the kill. That's another kill given over to Elegy Reapers now in Renegade. 1 and 2 on this Fizz after having such a strong lead against this Talia. The CS is now going the other way for them. Kagran on the Amumu is absolutely controlling this game, but now Zero and Rapid Sammy trying to go on to Flash W coming through from the Pantheon as Wagon and Kagran are going through. The ultimate coming up from the Kane. He has just enough mana to finish this off as Wagon's going to get his ultimate off and kill the Kane, and now his eyes are set on Rapid Sammy. Bagoot coming over from the Talia trying to get this, but the wall just not long enough. It's not great enough to reach the other end of the map just yet.
He has 2 Qs. How can you play?
Yeah, so as we see this one coming here, you know, Renegade trying to get into here, does hit the Chum the Waters, but the flash from Talia does kind of stop him from doing too much here, and then just everything was kind of used here. The only thing he had left was the flash, but Kagran doing a really good job just bending the bandage toss around that caster minion to get that kill. And on the backside of this, we do see Kagran doing a good job trying to take this, but doesn't end up having enough to really clear these camps fast enough. And then Zero getting in here, getting the ult off, I think maybe a little early, but is able to still finish him off here. And then, yeah, getting that flash ult off on the Urgot and then pushing away Rapid Sammy. But Sammy doing a good job, at least, of getting away from that as he can. As we do see Wagon now, he's going to keep chasing down Zero. I don't know if there's very much that Zero can do here when you're an underfed no form Kane into an Urgot. That's why he was trying so hard to get that proxy in early.
I mean, again, I feel like when the proxy didn't work the first time, instead of giving up a bunch of kills, you probably just focus on clearing waves as they crash into your tower.
Yeah. So we just got word from production. He does have the blue form available, but does want the red, obviously. You're a top lane Kane. That's exactly what you want now is we're going to get a fight here. Chum the Waters is going to go wide south on there. We're going to get a 2-man knockup. Soul Flare coming through, but it's not enough. Curse of the Sad Mummy going to knock down Rapid Sammy on this Pantheon, and that's 2 kills for nothing. 2 big ults are now down, but we do see Zero is down here as the top turret is getting destroyed by Dwagon, and they may try to fight over this as feats are out, bullet time coming through, but Kagran doing a good job of just holding that off is now going back into Zero. Zero does end up getting the Kane ult, but it is not enough damage as Spaghetti using the Summoner's Seal to keep his mummy alive. That's 2 for nothing. 3 for nothing in the long run, and a dragon over to Elegy Reapers. 2 dragons now, 11-3, 4K gold lead. This seems to be the game that they wanted. As you called for, the reverse sweep potentially coming through, but it is just half of the game now as we're getting to the 15-minute mark. The Rip Herald is down. Spaghetti ultimate. Oh, using his ultimate, trying to get the charms off, but John's still able to kind of do everything here as the ultimate's going to come out from the Kaisa, but not enough to get Fighter. Fighter on the MF getting a clean kill onto the Kaisa, and Pantheon ult coming over the top to finish off Rakan. That's 2 kills for basically nothing on a fight that Reapers kind of started in the first place. As we see here in the replay, yeah, just stuck up a little bit too much, and then once the exhaust comes out, Hops kind of stops attacking. And then, yeah, we see this coming through here. Does end up getting the ultimate. Almost gets Fighters down, but just not enough on this Kaisa to get a double shutdown for the side of Reapers. One into the hands of Fighter, the other one into the hands of Rapid Sammy. But on the other side of the map, Reapers not giving up just yet, getting the Rift Herald for themselves. They will be able to use this to either break the mid open and kind of open up the map, or potentially using it as a decoy for the next dragon. Kagrin once again.
I wonder
not
if
learning.
Zero's gonna keep pulling out random things, or if this is just like a for fun game, where he's like, you know what, I heard this Kane champion is fun. Let me try this out.
I think potentially maybe he thought that they were going to go with the melee champion in the top. Right, because the Urgot was the counter pick to this, so maybe they thought he was going to go with like a tank, like a Nasus or a Yorick or something like that, and Kane's pretty strong into both of them, especially once you get into like elongated fights where you can stack your Conqueror alongside of the red passive. Maybe that's what he thought, and then just kind of got overthought himself or whatever, but who knows, is now Spaghetti caught on the wrong side of this map over here as Rapid Sammy is kind of coming around here. John does look like he's poised. He does miss the Zenith Blade though, so there will not be any follow-up from the Leona, as the double up is not going to do much damage coming through here. And now Elegy Reapers on the bottom side here, they are waiting for this blue buff to be taken, and now they're sitting in a bit of a death brush here. Is Kagrin coming out, coming in. Rapid Sammy does end up Wing into there. Bandage Toss is going to miss, and now Hops and Spaghetti both with half health against Fighter and John in the mid lane here. It doesn't look like Reapers are going to want to take this fight. Never mind, a flash and a Bandage Toss is going to go wide left from Kagrin, so not going to be able to pull off that one, but valiant attempt from Kagrin. At least he's being aggressive this time, right?
I think on a champion like him, you kind of have to be. If you don't get your team, like your laners ahead, eventually you just stop being kind of a champion outside of CC.
As John is going to end up getting picked off by the Talia, and Kagrin Curse of the Sad Mummy under the tower, but Renegade coming down, gonna kill the Rakan, and now Hop's doing everything he can to just kind of stay alive here, as now DPS with the Pantheon and the Fizz able to kind of come back to Q from the Fizz, damages himself over the rocks of Talia now, as the Goot doing their best to clear this wave and keep them off of this tower. Meanwhile, Wagon on the top side, able to get so much work done on this tier 2, so now Rapid Sammy poising to try to keep Talia off of this wave, and he does. They are going to end up getting this tier 1 mid, but now DPS John showing up on the top lane here with no backup, but Dwagon doesn't know that, so he kind of backs off, but I kind of feel like that could have been a free kill from Dwagon there. Is Hops now noticing that Fighter is by themselves and Renegade super duper low, so opts to go in, gets a free flash barrier out of MF. How many times do we see?
I think he could have taken the fight under tower.
Yeah.
They have no CC.
Yeah, and how many times do we see these greedy recalls just end up costing a team so badly? So Fighter gonna have to do a better job of just having a little
I
bit
wish
more
Hops was
awareness
greedy.
there.
Hops, go for it next time. Give
Just
me
go for it
something
next
exciting. Yeah, give me something exciting to look at. We
don't
haven't
want-
had a replay in like 5 minutes.
We don't want the clean games here. We want scraps.
If I want to clean games, I'd watch Conquer.
Yeah, right. So here we go. 19 minutes in, the third dragon is about to spawn here. Reaper's poised here with to take this. As Spaghetti
Don't tell
is
Spaghetti.
going to get in onto the backside here. Fighter completely locked down. Solar Flare going to come out from John, but that probably won't be enough. As a flash from Spaghetti going to come through. Urgot ultimate going to claim its victim, and now that is a free dragon from Reapers. As 0 DCs from the game on the backside of that play. Looks like they were just kind of like super caught out there, especially Fighter on this misfortune, right?
I mean, it's like what I was saying. I think a lot of this is going to rely on Rakan just finding weird angles to engage from. Because Amumu like has bandage toss, but he's so telegraphed with his.
Yeah, where Rakan can sort of like dash around and then go in. Yeah.
Yeah. And he like shows up and is like already CCing you immediately. Like he could press R over the wall, then W over, and now you're insta hit by it. Whereas like Amumu, a little bit more obvious, you know. Giant like mummy baby crying at you.
Yeah. No, and you called it from the beginning that the onus was going to be on Spaghetti. When I was like, is it Hops? Is it Bagood? Is it Kagrid? You're like, nah, it's Spaghetti, bro. Like it's going to be on the Rakan, and he's showing right now at 1, 2, and 7. Like he's got a lot of kill participation. He's been doing a really good job of keeping everybody alive and getting, like you said, the ultimates off to just charm a lot of knockups here. So yeah, it's Spaghetti really showing up when he needs to. The flash engage onto MF there was just absolutely huge and just started and basically ended that fight right away as a free 3 for 0 and a third dragon. I know I like to call this, it's usually not at the 20-minute mark, but this seems like it is now Elegy Reaper's game to lose here, as if you're DPS, what's your way back in? Because you have a Pantheon that kind of falls off, Zero is not performing very well on this Kayn, and Fizz is getting to the point where he's not going to be able to one-shot even Hops or Spaghetti. So what do they do?
I think that they actually just chill a little bit. They have a ton of like big AoE stuff. You let LG basically start objectives, then you go in and look for the fight while they're busy with the objective. Because if you're going in situations like this where they can use their abilities to engage on you without like the risk of losing anything for it, you're gonna lose every time. Imagine if the dragon's up, like, or the dragon had already spawned, they're already hitting it, and then it gets to like around 50-50 range, and that's when you engage. They have to choose between finishing the dragon or fighting you, and that's what you want. You want to make them have to kind of pick between one choice or the other.
Ooh, speaking of one choice or the other, Bagoot getting caught up by the Chum the Waters, Renegade flashing on top as well. The Redemption is going to come in. It's going to do a lot to heal, but Renegade finishing off the play on the back end there is going to get the shutdown on the Talia, Seraph's Embrace, and the Redemption. Not enough to save Bagoot. He just kind of gets caught out as soon as the pause is ended. As we get a little bit of spectator buffer here as Shelly is going to crash into this tier 2, but it doesn't.
Hey, they actually picked up Shelly this time. Oh wait, this is Elegy that got it this time.
Yeah, yeah, Rapid Sammy not able to troll this this pickup here as we're getting into this. So now we're looking at Zero back in on this Kayn, does have the Eclipse, but he's been stuck on that Eclipse, it seems like, since minute 9, minute 10.
I mean, minute 9, minute 10, he was like 4 kills or 4 deaths deep. Now he's 7. So in the last like, I don't know. He's going for world record pace.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, he's not a Yasuo. He will not have the 10 death power spike coming through here for on the Kayn. But Renegade showing signs of life, trying to keep his team in this, and you know, you're always going to have usefulness out of the Leona, out of the MF coming over the top 2. So 2 items complete on this MF now, almost finishing their cull, but. Seems like Reapers are kind of in control of this game outside of like that small little skirmish that Bagoot lost in the mid lane.
Actually, this Otacon is probably the way in for DPS. It'll shred a bunch of the resistances, and then you just layer MFR on top of it. That's probably how they get back in this game, if they choose to get back in this game. But if they're, you know, all running down. I don't think they're.
It does kind of look like they were poised to concede this, but now they're starting to move up towards the other side here. Bagoot getting caught out by a Chum the Waters once again. The Hops going wide with the W here as Soulfarer dropping on top along with the bullet time here. Going to get the 2 kills here. MF with the double kill, and Dragon and Kagrin kind of stuck on this here, but is strong, but you still have the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and it is a 50-50 smite, and Amumu is going to take it. Even though they got 5-0'd, they do get the Otacon on the backside of that, but that is 5 extremely huge kills for the side of DPS, 3 of them going over to the Misfortune.
And the gold lead is like dead even now.
Yeah, they get a lot back with that here. As we see, Hops and Bagoot are going over onto the side of a ward here. Renegade getting such a good chum the waters onto Bagoot there. The Seraph's Embrace basically done before anything. And then Hops just standing a little bit too close. Spaghetti doing their best to save them, but the Solar Flare knocking completely stunning Kai'Sa there as the bullet time comes over the top, and there's just nothing that Spaghetti can do on the backside of that. But really good job from Kagrin here, just showing like, hey, better jungler's gonna win this, right? Like, that's what the all chat should be like. Hey, didn't you just 5-0 us, but we get the Otacon anyways? So does end up winning the smite battle there, but DPS collecting a ton of money on the backside of that and actually get the first gold swing of the game, as now they are about 1,500 gold ahead.
And that's exactly what I was saying. If you just wait for Elegy to start an objective, and then you go in. Now they have to choose between the objective. We didn't have perfect vision because of fog, but Amumu and Dragon didn't move down for the initial part of the fight. So they basically let Bagoot die, and then after Bagoot, Hops and Spaghetti die. That's when they got involved in the fight, and that's because they were still on the Otacon, getting their resistances shred.
Yeah, seeing the two lone, basically, you had the two champions alone. That's kind of something that Elegy hasn't really done yet, like getting caught out outside of Bagoot with Renegade fighting 1v1. They haven't really gotten caught out like that, so they have to make sure that they don't do that again. Huge play from Kagrin if they end up coming back, or if they end up, yeah, I guess kind of coming back and winning this third game here. That's kind of going to be one of the telltale signs of it, like Kagrin getting that Otacon and just staying poised enough to just win that 50-50 smite battle, and then Elegy Reapers hopefully on the fly learning from that mistake and not getting caught out like that again, where your two main damage dealers are just kind of sitting there getting killed by the Fizz and then locked down with Leona.
I actually don't even know if Sammy even tried to smite it, because it looked like he was a little bit further out. And then they just kind of like.
Sometimes I forget that, yeah, because it was the Kayn that was on top there, so maybe he wasn't in range, because I always think the Kayn's the jungler, so maybe, I don't know, can't really remember, but it did look like Curse of the Sad Mummy did end up hitting 2 or 3 members inside with the Otacon, so.
It did, but it didn't hit Sammy, and Sammy was charging up his spear to hit him.
Yeah, maybe that's what
So my thing is, I don't think Sammy was even looking for the Otacon. I think at that point, he was like, oh, we'll kill Mumu first, and then we'll finish up Otacon.
Okay, now as we have the Talia wall, is going to knock the Leona back, and she's just, oh, John flashing over the wall, getting himself out of there, is now Dragon chasing down the Pantheon, is going to not get the kill because the Pantheon W, or the Pantheon E negating all of that damage is now John being knocked around like a ping pong ball, is finally going to fall to Spaghetti. Spaghetti on this recon picking up another kill for themselves, as Zero on the top side, not a part of that play at all, and I think that's probably for the best, is now they are getting the tier 2 turret on the top side, as the rest of ELR just not wasting, but expending so much on the backside of that fight to try to take down John and Sammy on this Pantheon, doing such a good job there. Oh, as the flash coming through from Renegade is going to get the Q flashed away from him as well, so good timing by Spaghetti to make sure that that doesn't connect and just do all of that damage. So it's getting really scrappy here as Bagoot is going to get a solo kill onto Zero, so unfortunately for Zero on this Kayn now just not where he wants to be, is now Kagrin. Going to get another bandage toss. The redemption is going to go a little wide, but Renegade is here to kind of do as much as he can. Spaghetti on the backside here as well. Dragon trying to join the fight. The MF ult is over the top. The charm does come out from Rakan, but not until the Amumu is already fallen, and now Dragon on the backside trying to get away from here. Does end up being out with the extra shield. The Talia is going to be enough to push them off as the Urgot ult just enough to get the kill here. Now Sammy on the backside of this, Hops and Bagoot chasing him down. That is going to be one dead Pantheon. The W is not going to connect, and now Fighter kind of stuck on the outside here, as Dragon is basically a double up from death. Bagoot not going to be able to land the rocks here now as the teleport coming in from Kane on the backside of this fight. Dwagon starting up the dragon, but Zero in here trying to find an angle in here, but it's just kind of stuck up here. Hops on a killing spree now. W going to connect. Oak coming through from Hops, and he's going to give Urgot the ace over DPS. Elegy Reaper taking bad fight after bad fight from DPS in game 3 there. Now 22 to 15 lead, evening up the gold, getting the Cloud Soul, and we just may have a series on our hands.
Before all of that went down, it was actually net positive for DPS because while one of them did die, actually, I don't even think Sammy didn't even die. So it was like a 0 for 0, and Zero got top tower. So they were actually net positive from the play in the bot side, and they decided to just overcommit into this fight that was unnecessary. Like Ray's flashing for Rakan. I don't know. It was really, really weird. It's like they forgot exactly how they won the last fight, which is, again, wait for them to start the objective, then look for them.
Yeah, which they're not doing right now. John trying to get a little bit of this, and he's going to take his leg here, but the Soul Flare does come down. Kagrin is going to be able to get the Banish Toss over, and now they're trying to fight here. Spaghetti on the backside of this. Oh, he's back in there, unfortunately. Is Kagrin on the backside of here, trying to take down Fighter. He's 1v3 here, and on the backside of that, Hops getting the double kill for himself. Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to miss Renegade, but the triple kill coming through irregardless. He's now Dragon chasing down Rapid Sammy. That's going to be a killing spree for him. Hops flashing forward under the turret, charged up, does not matter. Quadra kill for Hops on the Kaisa now is another ace coming out for the side of ELR. And prior to you saying that, for all you Pantheon enjoyers out there, Shield Vault does stop Fear Beyond Death from killing you if you time it correctly. But ELR taking this game into their hands. John trying to get some vision, gets caught out. And now ELR is just basically getting to the point where they are really taking this game into their hands.
I think Hops is overstaying just a little bit. I'm sure he has a ton of gold. I can't see it, but I'm sure he has a ton of gold. He should probably buy.
See this 3-item turn into a complete 4th item right here. Well, he just spent it, so we missed it, but looks like he's going for Executioner's Calling and at least the Seeker's Home Guard, so maybe Azonia's into Mortal Reminder, or even a Chem Punk if he wants to be a little bit more tanky. But yeah, just that Seeker's Arm Guard is going to be able to do a lot if Renegade gets on top of him, maybe lands a Chum the Water, so good defensive buy. Also, Kaisa does she does scale with AP as well, so it is kind of like a dual use.
I'm pretty sure without that, she doesn't hit the W upgrade anyways. Because she only has Rage Blade. Rage Blade is definitely not enough.
Yeah.
So you probably needed that anyways.
Zero doing their best here to try to stave off this wave and the push as ELR is going into full 1-3-1 mode here. Renegade coming down on the backside, trying to get the flank over into the mid lane and just add some extra pressure. Try to get a kill, try to get something to get back into this game here as DPS is woefully low as far as golden objectives, but they are going to get the Chum the Waters onto Urgot. Dragon doing his best to stay as long as he can. They are going to lose the tier 3, but Biz does get the kill and shutdown onto Dwagon here. So the top side, they do end up staving off the tier 3 push is now Spaghetti. Getting caught out by no! Flashes the flash from Zero, so a little aggressive play from Spaghetti, not really getting punished too much. The Xenoblade not going to connect, and now Bagut forcing a flash out of John here on this Leona now as ELR is now poised to 4-man this mid and try to push this tier 2 in as Fighter doing their best to clear and poke out, but Hops just doing so much more damage here. As the ultimate from Pantheon going to come through. Rapid Sammy ends up Wing over the stones, takes a little bit of extra damage here. On the same time, Kagrin and Zero on the bot side of the fight here. DPS changing their tune and going after a 5-man Curse of the Sad Mummy coming out. Hops able to get a kill. Spaghetti does end up falling to the double up from Fighter here, but not enough as Renegade flashing in, going in, getting on top of Hops. The Zonias is going to come out from Renegade, and then the Seeker's On Guard
And then
is
from
going
Hobbs.
to change out from Hobbs. So double gold in there. The shutdown does go over, and ELR kind of caught on the back foot like they weren't actually prepared for that, as the Fear Beyond Death is not going to connect. Chum the Water is going to keep Fighter alive here, as Dwagon is not going to be able to chase down and clean up the end of that fight.
They did all of that without most of their ultimates up.
Oh, DPS, yeah, they got really lucky, I think, or not really lucky, but they just made a really strong play with Fighter's bullet time being up. But you know, that being said, the Baron is completely worn off now, just basically due to deaths, and I don't even know if the timer was up there. So ELR taking a really bad fight there. When Dwagon was down, maybe they should have just kind of backed off there, but ended up overstaying just a little bit, but still poised to take this Elder Drag, are going to clear this vision out, and they do have the minions on the bot side, the super minions on the bot side pushing in, so they are going to have a little bit here. Spaghetti is looking for an in onto John on this Leona, who's just trying to clear vision, but isn't going to be able to get it. He's going to have to drop down a vision ward to keep themselves safe, as now a little mini death rush being set up by ELR. They want DPS to come towards them, but Zero doing a good job split pushing on the top side here to try to get the attention of somebody from ELR before this Elder Dragon spawns. Rapid Stemming clearing a little bit of vision. John walking forward is going to get caught up, and the Death Bush does end up happening, but they don't pull the triggers. It was only Kagrin and Spaghetti sitting there, while the rest of the team were sitting in the other brush inside the river. A little bit of miscommunication there from the side of ELR. They could have had a free kill onto John and potentially an in. A Zero teleports into the backside here, looking for the flank. But
I'm pretty sure he got spotted.
Kagrin, he did get spotted there because he hit the sweeper vision, or the whatever that plant is called. So he does end up getting that. But now Chum the Water is going to land onto the Mummy on the backside here, as Renegade trying to go in. Does end up using a Playful Trickster. Well-timed Curse of the Sad Mummy on the backside there. Zonia is coming out from Renegade, as now this fight is all over the place. Wagon on the bot side trying to chase down the Fizz. Rapid Sammy into the backline is not going to be able to get Bagut, and Zero is going to end up falling over to the Rakan, and the Kaisa on the east side here is now Renegade does end up getting the kill onto the Urgot, but there's so much follow-up damage. Playful Trickster not going to be enough. They do end up getting the Kagrin there, but Fighter by himself into this 1v3 is not going to have enough here, as Spaghetti, Hops, and Bagut look poised to end this game here. As Bagut teleports to the bot lane, is going to take these minions, the super minions, and take down this tower. And I think you are right. With 26 seconds left on the death timer for Zero, he is not going to be able to stop this. Ladies and gentlemen, ELR wins game 3. We are going to game 4, and we have a series on our hands.
Reverse sweep, reverse sweep, reverse sweep.
Keep saying it enough, and it just might happen. Chat really not liking this Kane top pick from Zero, but
Yeah, I mean, he's first time in game top in finals.
I have not seen that out of him all year. I don't know if that's something that he plays on his off time or whatever, but it did not work out. I don't.
He is
know
not
if
played
that's-
on this account.
Yeah, so
It is champion locked on this account. So unless he's playing it on his ult, he's not playing it at all.
okay, so maybe they were not expecting the Urgot to come through, and that kind of throws a wrench in your plans. When you want to go Kane top, you want the Conqueror Red Kane, and Urgot being a ranged champion, unless Kagrin is coming top and just giving you a lot of orbs, then it's just not going to happen. So good job by ELR realizing that and saying, okay, if this is a Kane top, we have the answer for it, and if it's a Pantheon top, we have the answer for it, because Urgot is very good into both of those champions. So the counter pick finally working for the red side, which is awesome to see, as yeah, getting into this is Amumu did not touch a tower that game. But yeah, ELR finally get their first win of the series, and now all the momentum kind of going, but it wasn't easy. They had the lead like most of the game, but then still ended up kind of screwing up and faltering, and then having to come back into the game there, right?
Yeah, no, again, I think the angles were there for both teams to be able to win. I think once Elegy got the lead, all they had to do was just push it. fight them constantly. Don't wait for the objectives. Look for the fights early. Whereas DPS needed to play a little bit smarter, have the enemy team be distracted, have their focus be split between 2 or 3 different things, have them be split up, right? Not grouped up together. For them to be able to find picks, they couldn't do it.
Yeah,
So
no, they couldn't. But sometimes you take what you're given, and sometimes you get a top laner that just doesn't that completely underperforms. Because Zero being the MVP basically of the top lane of the league just kind of underperforms. I would not count on that happening twice. So ELR, feel good about your win now, but back to the drawing board. Get ready for Game 4 and DPS. The last thing you want to do is have this go to a Game 5, right? Because then all the momentum is going to be on the side of ELR. You get into your own head. You're getting deep in your champion pools. So we'll have to see. But while we get ready for Game 4, we're going to take a quick break in between now and then. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. For sure, this is going to be a banger of a Game 4.
You do like crazy, oh crazy, oh crazy, crazy, oh crazy, oh crazy, 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 crazy.
And I'm sitting here dancing to it. Gladiator! Welcome everybody back to the Gladiator finals for Titan Esports between DPS and ELR. That's Dropping Point Spartans and Elegy Reapers. I'm Fel along with Excel, and if you missed the first 3 games, you missed out on one Stomper, one pretty clean like back and forth, and then a Stomper on the other way. So it's been pretty close, and then 2 just not close at all games coming out from them. So Excel, how are we feeling about game 4? What do we think we're going to see here?
I don't have a coin, but if I did, I'd flip it.
Is that where we're at now? It's just going to be who knows. So
Well,
you
it's about
said,
whether or not zero picks a champion he actually plays, or if he's just gonna, you know. Honestly, someone should check his PayPal.
okay,
I'm just
so is
saying.
that what we're saying? Game 3 was just Zero having fun trying to play something completely just out of what he normally does, or completely away from him, and now we lock in for game 4? Or was that something that he's been practicing maybe on his alt account or something like that, and then it just didn't work out?
I don't even know if he has an alt account, but
Okay.
either way, I think if he's working on it, keep working on it. I don't think it's ready just yet. Or at
Just-
least maybe stop trying to proxy after it doesn't work the first 2 times.
Mhm.
But I think towards the end he at least kind of figured it out a little bit. He was I think if he wasn't as behind, it would have been a lot better. That said, I think all series it seems like they've just been scrapping it out all game anyway. So might as well just draft a bunch of stuff that's going to scrap it out.
Yeah, and you called for that game 3, and ELR kind of did that. I mean, they did end up
Yeah.
having the mummy, as kind of like the tank in the CC engage. And honestly, seeing Kagran on that, even though he's normally on the Vise, the Xin Shaos, the Wukongs, things like that, Nocturne, it was nice to see him on that and pull it off so like eloquently, right? Like, wait,
Yeah, I mean he
fading out
played it the
flashes.
same way that he would play those champions, which is exactly what they needed. They needed someone that's gonna like get in there and then like put down some CC. So I thought it was great.
Yeah, so did I. Like a Sejuani or a Zach or something like that, just because of how effective his mummy was. Like, obviously, he has the fingers to throw a bandage toss around minions and, Shia LaBeouf his abilities. So it was good to see. DPS does opt for blue side again, so they do have a prio pick that they want to get on their B1 here. And then Reapers obviously are going to get another counter matchup. I think it's ludicrous if they don't give it over to Dwagon here after his performance on that Urgot in game 3.
I think that depends on whether or not his pool is big enough for it. So I think that's probably what they're thinking about now. Like towards game 3 of a best of 5 series is who's got the deepest pool, especially in Fearless, right? Like now we've got 6 top laners off the table, plus bans, plus the enemy team's pick if you want counter. So like through all that, is Dwagon gonna have like, something left in the tank that's gonna be a counter?
Right. Technically 5 because Kane's more of a jungle, and obviously did
That's not
really
a
work out
Rise.
in the top lane there. Oh yeah, okay, so yes, they do end up banning the Rise. I mean, you still have for AP options, you still have Vladimir. You still have Gwen, Aurelia if you want to go boss style there with that. So, but yeah, no, Dwagon.
Nunu. You can go disco Nunu.
Yeah, is really going to be tested here, as we're going to get the Braum, and the instant answer is going to be the Ziggs. So if that's a hot son of Ziggs, I love that into Braum. It is so punishing to play against a champion that has that much poke and range, as we're going to see Kagran on the Skarner here. That is a far cry from the Mumu in terms of mechanics and the ability to play a champion. Skarner, very, very tough to play if you do not play him a lot.
Okay, here what I'd like Elegy to do is hold off on picking top until second phase, but pick it R4, ban out Mundo and ban out another like Giga Tank like Scion, and then you lock in Rumble. So they have no way of dealing with the AP ratios between Ziggs and Rumble, and then Skarner just like hot pots them. You just put them in a box and then layer CC on top of it.
Yeah, well, we do see Trundle
Maybe
coming
not
out.
as much.
Yeah, Trundle coming out more than likely going to be in the hands of Rapid Sammy. Love that champion for him. Another champion that can scrap, engage, lock down. Is able to kind of screw over the Skarner as well, because if he's already in his E and you pop the pillar down, it is going to stop him and knock him out to the back. So that's going to be a huge tool that, if he can execute it well, is going to be able to stop this Skarner from being able to get into the back line. We do have a Swain. It can be flexed to support, so we could end up seeing Spaghetti and Hops on a Swain Ziggs bot lane there, but DPS doesn't seem to think so, as they're banning out more
Swain
support
actually-
with Arc and the
Yeah,
Thresh.
Swain actually does pretty well into Smolder as a support, just because if Smolder walks up, he just gets free stacks on him. Okay, so that's
Okay, so we do see a
Bagoots, Ziggs mid, Smolder. I mean, so I'm thinking it's Ziggs mid and then Twitch and Swain bot.
I mean, this could end up being a Twitch support, but that would be way too much AP coming out from the side of Reapers, as we see two now three tanks coming out from DPS. So and a Hui in the middle. We are going to see the artillery control mage in the hands of Renegade again, which he does so well, and this is something that you were asking for last game. Put him on a control mage that he can really utilize very well, as we're going to see the Gwen top. So
So all
a lot
AP.
of AP. A lot of AP. I guess, Twitch, if you end up going the Unital's crit build, is going to be AD, but still has a lot of passive AP damages. You are right. It is going to be the Swain support. Into a Smolder Braum does tend to favor the Swain, and Twitch being able to come out of nowhere and burst damage down this Smolder, if caught out without the Braum, is huge kill potential. But yeah, Bagoot on the Ziggs with the
I've
wave
had to
clear.
play this.
Yeah.
I've had to play this matchup though. In my situation, I was Smolder and my Twitch was GM ADC coach. Let me tell you, all right, it's not fun.
It is not fun, as Twitch has
He was
so
hiding.
much kill potential, especially with a Swain if he gets a lockdown. So we are going to see this coming through here now as we get into the Rift before the invade happens. Game 4, who's it going to? Excel, your thoughts.
Game 4, who's it going to?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I'm gonna say DPS.
Okay, so you think DPS closes out here?
Yeah, I think they've opted back into champions that they aren't griefing on, that they actually know how to play. And I think that for Elegy, this game is going to come down to whether or not Twitch gets ahead and is strong enough to deal with, be able to nuke Fighter and Ray quickly and early. I don't think that he can, given the rest of the comp.
Minions have spawned.
I think it's going to be tough. So I'm going to have to give it to DP.
Okay, so we do get a little bit of an invade, and I really liked what they did, sending Zero up the river to kind of bait out the Gwen and try to, catch them. But all the deep vision going over to the side of Elegy Reapers again. DPS getting no vision on the Skarner here. And then we're gonna get the Ziggs into a Hui here. Who do you favor on this matchup? Because both of these champions are really annoying to deal with.
Honestly, I think I'd give it away over Ziggs for at least lane trading and stuff. I think Hui's trading patterns is basically the same as farming, whereas Ziggs, yes, wants to queue while you're in the wave, so you can hit the wave as well. A lot of Ziggs' power comes from his empowered auto attack, so he has to kind of walk up to be able to do that. Whereas the Hui basically wants to fight from 8 million miles away.
Yeah, so do get a level 2 power spike coming in from ELR, and Hops is gonna do what you wanted him to do, get ahead here as Spaghetti landing a huge Swain E to pull Braum back in. John overstepping just a little bit before he hits the level 2. So level 2 power spike, first kill going to Reapers, and Hops on this Twitch already out to a pretty strong lead here. And another problem too is that Gwen is really good at dealing with champions like Sion, right? You get a Dark Seal on her if she gets an early kill or two. Gwen is going to be really hard for Sion to deal with, especially once she starts getting a little bit here. So that could potentially end up being another issue for the side of DPS if Rapid Sammy isn't there to, you know, punish this Gwen from pushing as much as she is.
I think as long as Fighter is just focusing on stacks and ignoring the fact that he has a team, they'll be okay. As far as the Gwen, I don't even think the Gwen needs a kill. I think if they just leave them alone, Gwen ends up just doing Gwen things to him. But this is like what I was like concerned about for a Fighter, is he's just gonna have to, like, I think, focus less on the actual farm and just on stacks.
Right. Yeah, as we see now, Spaghetti doing a really good job on the swing, basically hitting almost every single skill shot that he wants out of it here. As Dragon and Zero fighting a little bit here, but yeah, we did see the exhaust coming out, the flash,
Pretty
and
soon.
the barrier coming out from Fighter on this Smolder, so he's having a rough
I'm
time.
pretty sure
out
Swain
here.
already has like an extra like 50 HP, and we're like 4
He's got
minutes into the
11
game.
stacks already on it, as he's just kind of getting everything that he wants, and that's kind of like the downside of Braum in lane, right? Like, first couple of levels for Braum are insanely annoying to try to play, especially into champions like Swain or champions with a lot of, you know, crowd control and poke, because you really don't have any like recourse for it except for your shield. Once that's down, you're kind of just like stuck there. Dwagon with the level advantage. Spaghetti and Hops opting not to back here, so there is going to be a small item advantage for Fighter on this Smolder to be able to kind of do a little bit better in lane. Maybe they would have been nice if they would have taken that. But Fighter and John both taking Hops down a little bit, but the passive from Twitch just doing so much work as he gets both of them stacked to 4 and 5. So the E from Twitch able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think Fighter needed to not E and just focus on auto attacks, because he didn't actually proc Braum passive on either person. The E doesn't count as auto attacks. Unfortunate.
No, it doesn't. I think it does give a stack for like 1 out of the whole channel, right? But not every single hit gives a stack. So yeah, if he would have just queued, probably could have gotten the passive off of both of them. And Bagoot doing a decent job sticking with this Quay in lane. Quay is low, but obviously his wave clear is just so strong, and it's easy for him to, you know, kind of stay where he's at. And one thing to note here that's a little weird after last game is neither jungler has a gank 6 minutes into this game.
I think it's a little bit harder in this though, because where like Trundle doesn't really gank as much as counter gank. Like, yes, he can just run up on them, but none of the people that he can gank are like particularly like good gank opportunities. Ziggs just W's away, like you'll see here.
Potentially, Spaghetti is coming up here, and the dragon is started from.
The Gwen is immune. If you really want to fight Twitch and Swain early, I mean, sure. But that doesn't seem like a great idea for you.
As the snips are coming out from Dwagon, is going to get a good amount of damage on the Zero, but they do know that Rapid Sammy is kind of pathing up this way, so a good job by Dwagon to be aware of that and not like overcommit to that, as the Glacial Dragon is going to end up going over to Reapers first, and he'll have enough time to back here and fight over these Krugs, as it does come in, and the gank actually does work on the Gwen. The pillar is able to stump her basically and get her stopped there. So they're trying to push this in here. Spaghetti a little overstepped here, but Hops coming out of vision or out of stealth, getting a couple shots off here. But I think as Fighter starts to get some more items and fleet footwork starts to level up and basically sustain more, it should be okay.
You know, while we're in a little bit of a lull, how come none of Twitch's skins are good?
Crime City. Crime City's awesome.
You think so? You think
I
Rat
love
of the
the
Gat
Tommy
is a good skin?
Yeah, I love the Tommy gun. Yeah, I can't help myself. A little bit of jungle trading going on here. Is Kagrin taking the Raptors at the same time that Rapid Sammy is taking Raptors from the other side? But there is a red buff over on the on the red side here for Reapers that they might take. A Zero opts in for a lane swap. So DPS lane swapping, trying to get a 4 or a 3 to 4 person up top for the grubs, but it looks like Reapers are just going to give these grubs up. They do not want to contest this, even though they are ahead.
I think they have to swap because Fighter can't stay in lane by himself. So in order for John to have roamed, they needed to swap. Now with that said, I think the best thing would have been for him to swap mid and let your Ziggs go bot, because Ziggs can clear wave really easily into the other two. Or not Ziggs, Hui.
That's the blind.
But-
Yeah. Renegade forced to flash out of the Ziggs ult, but he gets the kill anyways off of the back of the queue. Rapid Heavy is going to end up killing Kagrin here, and Spaghetti kind of caught out on the Swain, but is still doing a ton of damage as Hop shows up on the Twitch, but not level 6. Isn't going to be able to get anything across on the other side there. DPS do make it out with the grubs, and a kill for a kill there is now Dwagon has matched 0 on this bot side. But yeah, like you were saying, like maybe having Hui onto one of the side lanes and put 0 in the mid so that he can ult down the river to either objective. Probably a good play here, but opting not to do it here. So Renegade just going to clear out here, and now we have the 2v1 in the top side until Braum gets there. Fighter could end up getting a little bit too far here as the ultimate's going to come out. Mom going to try to save him. Not enough damage to finish off Spaghetti as the flash forward, trying to get the kill. The feats of warfare were on the line, and Fighter comes up just short of the objective there. Caught out by Kagrin in the middle here. Spaghetti trying to chase him down, does end up getting the kill on the Ziggs bomb. So now things starting to fall apart for DPS again early on in this game 4.
I think I caster cursed them. It's alright, they scale.
It's not really a curse when you are begging for the reverse sweep for 5 minutes straight. I think you called this one. It's not a curse, it's a call.
No.
Yeah. Instead of trading it out in the bot lane, this is one thing with Sion doing a good job. Does scale infinitely into the backside, and so does Fighter. So there is a little bit of a timer here for the side of.
Well, hang on now. Swain also
Reapers.
technically infinitely scales.
He does, but I don't think it's in the same vein as Sion and Smolder. But Zero showing off his skills there with his fancy feet, able to dodge basically every skill shot thrown his way. Can dodge the pool very well, or an auto attack is. Now it looks like Reaper's concentrating on this bot tier 1, but their tier 1 top is also very low as Fighter and John trying to push this thing out.
I think this is a grief by Elegy to do this. You're basically letting Smolder free stack.
And in the mid lane, we get a free kill for Renegade. Kills the Ziggs, basically 1 for nothing. Still like almost forfeits health there. So not sure exactly what happened there, but Ziggs with a full item dies to compartmentalized items on the Hui from Renegade. So good job by him, but he is going to end up getting ganked here by Kagrin. But let's see how this play develops here. In the bot, in the picture-in-picture, it does look like Kagrin does get out. So Bagoop basically just takes 3 damage here. Yeah, three abilities in a row on top of the empowered Q while under ult. Just too much for him to deal with now, as Kagrin potentially caught out here by Rapid Sammy on the backside inside this jungle here. And that's what I was talking about with the Trundle Pillar, how you can kind of get that to go and really mess up Skarner's ability to escape or get in, as the Subjugate looked like he popped the Subjugate down. Is that the ultimate from Reps? No, he didn't end up hitting it, just kind of looked like it.
I think it's just a W.
But now LG Reapers primed for this dragon. They do have 5 members here, and Hui took a base at this time. So this is going to end up being a 4 versus 5 and potentially a 50-50 as John following Fighter's ult into the back line here, and now it's the two bot laners on the backside. Zero coming in does end up getting the kill on the Spaghetti, and Hops is going to be the next one to fall here. Is now Boot on the outside, not being able to do enough damage here. Gwen killed as well, and Boot kind of killing himself here, but may end up getting a kill on the backside as he does. From the towers, Renegade chasing down Kagrin, getting the kill, and Elegy Reaper starting the dragon, but end up losing 5 for 1 on the back end of that, and now giving away the dragon to DPS, and now DPS up 8-5, 2k gold, and stopped the dragon stacking from the side of Reapers.
I really like that rather than focusing on the dragon or looking for a steal, they focused on the fight. That's what they needed to do.
Yeah,
I think if you just leave it alone, you're going to get poked out by Ziggs. But instead, here you wait, get them all in like a pinched corner, boom.
Yeah, as Hops gets exhausted, has to flash right away. There's Zero with a really good Scion ult, and then Fighter outside the Ziggs range doesn't take the damage, and then Bagut kind of, he ends up bombing himself away from the tower. Does get a kill on the backside, but yeah, Renegade on this way doing a really good job, hitting a lot of his shots that he needs to do to finish off these kills, and DPS finding their way back into this game 4, trying to close it out against Elegy Reapers and showing themselves and showing everybody that they deserve to be the Gladiator champions. We do have a couple
Ziggs got first tower, so
Yes.
that's their feats after losing that big fight.
Yeah, that's the problem with Ziggs, right? Oh, is it at 40%? Let me just W
Fun
this
champion.
balance skill. So, yeah, I Skarner finishing up his Heartsteel, not able to really get too much in here. His Hops kind of caught out here. The ultimate coming out from the Smolder, and Rapid Sammy coming in here. The teleport is going to come in from the boot, as DPS kind of caught on the wrong side of this, but to get a lot of damage down, kind of get what they want out of it. And now Rapid Sammy is getting pincered between Spaghetti and Kagrin here. Does end up getting the Smite battle win, and Dwagon on the Gwen already having to pop everything. And the player is going to block her in there, but Swain coming in, getting a 4-man ult here. And Kagrin also getting the ult off, but is going to get Bromstone on the backside here. Dwagon doing so much work against Zero here, but Renegade on this way, coming in and cleaning this up. Hops falls down, and that's most of their damage here. Bagut not going to have enough to be able to really do anything here. Now Spaghetti gonna fall again. That's another 5-for-1 fight for the side of DPS, and they're going to claim the Rift Herald here, and they're going to try to open up this map and snowball this lead out of control.
What are Smolder stacks at? We getting close?
It's 16 minutes in. We'll end up seeing this here as production covers over to him eventually, but I would guess around
60 minutes.
160. Oh, she's only 95. Never mind, I was way off. As of right now, though, it seems like the Smolder into the Twitch is not going as well as Smolder would hope here. The ultimate and the barrier cast it out really quickly here now as they are trying to get on top of Fighter here. Kagrin is going to end up shoving him a little wide of the tier 1 turret pillar. Spaghetti taking a ton of damage. The Ziggs ult going to miss on the backside here. Kagrin still trying to sit here and take this down as Dragon shows up here. Is going to get the snips onto Renegade and kill him, and now getting away from this, knocked up by Shelly, but Fighter is going to end up proccing the Braum passive. Another kill going over for Bagut on the Smolder Dragon, finishing out the Braum on the backside, and Rapid Sammy and Zero closing in on Bagut and Dragon here as Subjugate's going to come down. Is going to be super slowed here, but Sammy gonna have to deal with the mines from the Ziggs. Is still trying to push this out. He does bomb himself away there. Rapid Sammy, if he can get the pillar here, does not end up buffering the plant enough. And now Zero pushing in on this tier 2 as we see what happened here. Hops and Fighter just starting this out, and then Renegade doing so much damage to Spaghetti first, but as that's happening, Hop showing up on the Twitch, forcing Zero to ult out of there. Does get out, not completely unscathed, but forced to use his ult out of there now as Hop's on his Twitch, does have the Yuntals, but doesn't have anything else to back it up.
Mulder also used his barrier here to dodge, like block basically nothing, because he managed to get out of the Ziggs ulti, which means that it'll be down for the next time that they fight. And I think without it, Hops has a really, really good angle to be able to kill him. With that said, Hops surprise like showed up on top of him, but then didn't auto him. He hit him like twice and then started running away because he got hit by one Smolder Q and got scared about the damage.
Spaghetti getting his level there, getting a little bit of health back, but yeah, unfortunately Rapid Sammy not being able to do too much on the backside here. As we see on the bottom of the screen, another team fight is popping out as the Smolder ult comes over through the top. Dragon doing a lot of damage onto the backside here, but he's kind of by himself. Ziggs ult going to come through, not going to be enough. The two members of DPS are going to get out of here alive as the knockup on the Spaghetti is going to do enough damage to kill the Swain. Smolder getting another kill for himself and stacking up in the process. So as these fights are starting to go and Fighter lives through these, he's just going to get stronger and stronger in Zero on this Scion 208, making up for his Kane game. He is a super tank already with the Aegis of the Legion and a Giant's Belt in his back pocket here. Just doing so much on the front line of these fights to just keep everybody off of his damage dealers. Hops does end up popping.
He's doing well on a champion he's played before. By it.
Yeah, now everybody's going to be hating that King game for a while there, and I'm sure he himself or his teammates are probably flaming him as well, but
probably not. He probably had like the best time during the game. That was probably more fun than the rest of these games. He's playing Scion. Come on. Ending Kane definitely more fun than regular Scion.
Yeah, as now Spaghetti vying for a Vision Ward is going to get Trundle pillared up and slowed down. Hops on the backside of this here. Spaghetti's trying to do his best to just live through this. He's going to get the Swain ultimate started, and Dragon on the backside is going to come through with the Smiths. Is exhausted and caught up by Renegade here on the way as he finishes off Spaghetti, and Dragon one more attack off of the backside here. Spider's going to get another one. He's on a killing spree, and there is nothing that Elegy can do as they just keep losing fight after fight after fight, getting caught out in bad times. Renegade is getting a lot of damage down onto the dude who has to flash away back to his turret and barely getting away from the Renegade Q. There's the Renegade on this way, doing a lot in these fights, either before or after, and just doing so much damage to these guys. With Zero taking down this top tier 2 turret as Ways trying to get the tier 1 as Twitch is trying to come over into the middle here. It looks like we're going to get a Kagran Twitch pincer in the middle lane here. But it's not going to be enough. Renegade tanky enough to withstand all of that. And he's going to get the kill on Hops on the back end here. And now Kagran has to run for his life as John shows up on the Braum. And this is not going the way of Elegy Reapers at all, as the Otacon goes over to DPS while a 2v1 for Renegade kills the Twitch on the back end there. There just doesn't seem like there's any answer for Reapers on the backside of this game here.
I think that they might be cooked, to be honest, because it only gets worse from here, right? You've got Scion, who's already too tanky for you guys to kill. He's not going to get any easier to kill. I mean, unless like everybody in your team decides to build him or a Magic Pen. But even then, I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
that's a lot of health, especially with the overmill.
He's not even like itemizing like magic resist, and like your Ziggs like has thrown like 8 million bombs at him.
Oof, that's the Swain ultimate is going to get popped as well, and Zero's just going to walk away. Rapid Sammy coming up onto the backside of this fight here is going to get bounced out by the Ziggs. The Scion ult coming in taking down Swain. That's the problem with Swain supports, is they are just not tanky enough. And Rapid Sammy trying to close the distance here is going to be able to drop the pillar. Does get the bite off onto the group. Hops is here. Trundle suppressed. John walking up to try to make sure that his jungler is safe, and now the tier 1 mid is going down. Renegade versus Dragon in the bot lane. The snips are going to miss as the flash from Renegade, and he's still getting the attacks, and the Smolder ult coming over the walls is gonna finish off Dragon on this Gwen, and tier 3 turret is next in the site. I don't think there's anything that they can do to stop this here without DPS just completely overstaying and getting caught out and not hitting buttons.
Karma. Smolder quick. Type earned. So the enemy team knows.
Red team's turret has
There
been
we go.
destroyed.
So now, DPS doing a good job choking all the resources away from Kagran here too, which is you love to see whenever you're sieging up on the tier 3 turrets. Like, you kind of have to do this stuff. As Kagran is going to get 0 down here. Doesn't look like he's going to. Oh, he did ult, but Sion 0 ults on uses the Sion ult to get away from that, so he doesn't get stuck under the turret. But that tier 3 turret up on the top side is one more demolish away from dying. As Hops does his best to try to get as many mid lane resources as he can, and we're looking at like a potentially dead Nexus, like right as the Baron spawns, so they might not even need this. As Kagran checking his jungle that's already been cleared by Sammy. Just really strong showing from DPS in this game 4.
Somebody take Otacon at some point?
Yeah, DPS took it. DPS took it when
I was
that
like, did
fight.
I blink and miss it? What the
Yeah, when Renegade 2v1 the Twitch and Skarner.
Oh, I did see it. You're right. When Wei got the kill on Ziggs. Oh, no, on Twitch. I remember.
Yeah, so Rapid Sammy taking the dragon. That's now 3 dragons for them. Dwagon trying to come back onto the backside of Zero here, but I don't think even if they were to get an entire combo off that they kill Zero here. So good job just backing here. The level disparity is huge. Rapid Sammy flashing over on top of Twitch here is going to try to chase him down. Spaghetti doing a good job to try to keep his Twitch alive, which is going to happen. Bagoot sending out the ultimate, hitting 2 people, but you can't tell because the health bars are still pretty full. As Hops still getting chased down on the backside there. Zero over in the red side jungle is going to basically take 0 damage from the rest of these guys. As now Dwagon caught out on the wrong side of this team fight is going to flash away the fighter, just flapping around, taking it out, using the Q to get the kill. He is unstoppable on this Smolder now, and the base is almost down here, but good knockup. Swain ultimate coming down. There's a 3-man Skarner ultimate, but they still can't kill him even with so many turret shots coming out. Now his fighter is brought down to almost 10% health, and the only thing left standing in between the championship for DPS is a Ziggs and 2 Nexus turrets. As Hops does come up, is going to go invis and maybe try to get something here, but DPS doing such a good job at just choking the life out of the Reapers here. Good on Ziggs, trying to do what he can, but is going to get stopped by Renegade. Doesn't have the reach, and DPS going to be able to back out of here and reset, buy their next set of items, and force a fight at Baron, which is probably going to lead to the end of this game.
I will say, I'm not the biggest fan of the Leandries and Ludens situation that Ziggs has. I think you just gotta pick a lane. You're either hitting the squishies or you're hitting the tanks.
Yeah, I think it would have been much more useful if he went Blackfire into Leandries to kind of burn out these tanks, considering the fact that they are the ones that are in his face this entire time. The Ludens, yeah, you're not getting on top of Fighter and Renegade at this point in the game. As Bagoot caught out again, is going to blast mine himself away, get the ult out, but Rapid Sammy dominating in his game. He's going to close the distance here. Hops doing his best to clear these minions, but with no lifesteal items is actually like dying to these super minions. So Spaghetti and Hops doing their best as Dragon and Kagran trying to back here. The ultimates in time, but somehow the ult is down. But there's just nothing they they can do is Gwen is the next heart to fall. They're killing them inside their fountain here, and DPS handily taking this game away from Reapers, and all their hopes and dreams of being Gladiator Finals champions is gone as well. Congratulations to the Dropping Point Spartans, undefeated through the entire season, and completely showing no doubt that they are the best team in here. Congratulations to them for an undefeated season into a championship win for the Dropping Point Spartans.
Well played, well played. GG's.
And everybody in chat is dying to know who is the GOAT that was going to 1v9 this for non-responsive. I don't think you guys are going to get it. It might be a bit of a troll job. Is that you, Excel?
What happened? I haven't read chat. What are they saying?
I'm having audio issues.
What is chat saying? Who's the GOAT?
They're asking who non-responsive GOAT is.
Who is the non-responsive GOAT?
Yeah, somebody in the chat, non-responsive, saying that his GOAT was gonna guarantee a victory over Reapers here, and whoever it was, they did. But
Sammy, fighter? I don't know.
so
Renegade?
with that ending, Elegy Reapers, no reason to feel anything but proud of their season here, right? Like, you go 6-1. The only team that you lost to was the team that ended up winning the championship. You lost to them twice. You brought it to a game 4, and going 6-1 in the regular season and then getting to the finals. Strong season out of them. I think that all of them should be holding their heads high here, and Dropping Point Spartans on just every game or every matchup this season just seemed like it was pretty much easy streak for them. The only one that they really had a problem with was in semifinals when Blight brought them to a game 5. So really strong performance by them coming out of here. And we're going to be getting set for an interview with DPS at the back end of this. Are there any last words you want, Excel, before we do our thank you to the production and the chat?
No, nothing really. Just congratulations to DPS.
All right. Well, with that, my name is Fel. This was Excel. We were so grateful to bring this championship series to you guys. Thank you so much to the chat showing up big today. We actually had a bigger viewership than the main Titan esports channel, so this game was a lot of fun to cast. Thank you so much to the production. Thank you, Anti, and thank you, Shirogan, for basically every week making this easy for me. And thank you so much, Excel, for filling in last minute. You were like the third sub that they brought in.
I actually do have something to say. Yeah, you guys in chat can't hear production, but these guys are funny as hell. Let me tell you.
It is every week.
Some of the stuff that they say to us. Oh my god. Round of applause for production. All right, they actually kept it super interesting.
Yeah, they do. Every week, Shirogan is so awesome, and Anti coming in through with all of this stuff, and with the low light highlights and everything else coming through. It's been a pleasure to be here this season and doing this Gladiator series for everybody. So production, can't say enough about them. It's always good to work with them. And one more time, thank you so much. And congratulations to DPS for an undefeated season and a win. And are we going to a break before the interview, or are we bringing the interview? Okay, so we're going to go for a quick break, but we're going to get a word from the Dropping Point Spartans themselves. They will be in here for the interview after this, so don't go anywhere. You're going to want to hear all the crap talking and everything that they have to say. And Zero is going to tell everybody to shut up for his Kane top in Game 3. So with that, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing cush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Hello, hey everybody, we won the championship. Let's go!
All right,
We're
everybody, welcome
goated.
back to Titan Esports. This is the post-series interview. I am Fel, and I am joined by the Dropping Point Spartans, your Gladiator champions for the fall 2025 season. And first up, Rico, the owner of Dropping Point Spartans. Congratulations on not just the championship, but an undefeated season.
Thank you. Please don't tell me congratulations to me. Say that to Fighter, John, Sammy, Ray, Zero, everybody on the Spartans team, because I had nothing with this at all. I was just here. they played their asses off the whole time this whole season, and they deserve all the flowers, all the hearts, all the praise for that. Honestly,
Hell
I
yeah.
just kind of hosted the team.
Yeah, and don't worry, we are going to give them the adulation that they deserve here on this. So, a couple quick questions for you, and then we'll move into the important people, as you pointed out, into your players. We'll go one by one. So, undefeated season, did that exceed your expectations, or were you kind of expecting these guys to kind of pull through like that?
Should I be cocky or should I just be like humble?
Hey, be honest, right?
I'll be honest. I expect us to lose at least one or two games this season,
Mhm.
entire like this throughout the whole season and playoffs. Had they win undefeated was kind of crazy to me. Feel like we had a few couple close series, with some dumb plays. But it's IBSG.
Mhm.
We're all stupid. We're not faker, and if we think we are, this I'm still surprised we won the championship. I mean, we were favorites, of course. I'm pretty sure we were favorites,
Mhm.
but the fact that we still won it is still surreal to me. I don't know. It's a win, but yeah, they surpassed my expectations though, for sure, most definitely.
It's always good when you're able to deliver on something like that. And speaking of all of your people, like you were one of the few teams that, not due to losses or anything, but you swapped out people throughout the entire season. And even in the finals, after the game two, you swapped over from Spirit to Fighter. Was that something you guys had planned going into it, or was it something that like Spirit couldn't play, or was there just another reason with that?
No, we
Oh,
just wanted to include everyone, I guess. So, the champions is shared
Hmm.
not just with us five, but with everyone on the team, with our subs, with our reserves, with our head coach. Shout out to Red Face Beast. Shout out to Spirit, our sub ADC. Shout out to our previous support, Vicious, who is no longer here, and everyone else that has been part of Dropping Point Spartans.
Yeah, it's crazy when you're one of those teams that can just kind of like mix and match, and like there's never really any like huge like advantage for anybody else to like on the scouting process or anything like that. So it's good for you guys too, because like you're showing a lot of unselfishness. For Spirit to start the series and then say, yeah, I'm okay with having some of the fighter come in and perform really well as well. So like that's it just shows the kind of character that you guys have put together as a team and the unselfishness of that. So it's really good to see. With that, Rico, is there anything else that you would like to say before hopping off? And we're gonna, or not hopping off, but moving over, so that we can start talking to the players and see what they have to say. Um,
I would just say everybody knows here I'm not an asshole, so I would say to all the teams that we beat, good job on y'all's games against us. Uh, Even though we were undefeated, y'all all played y'all's best, and I feel like maybe next season, next split, maybe the games would be a little closer.
Thank you so
That's all.
much for your time there, Rico, and thanks for the words. And yeah, shouting out to the entire thing. It was a Division B sweep of the quarterfinals there. So you guys showed that your division was a lot stronger, and having to beat the best division to win the championship always says something. So with that, we're gonna move over to Zero, the top laner, the MVP top laner for the season. First team, Gladiator, top laner, Zero. First and foremost, the chat is dying to know the Kane game in game three.
Yeah, no. I think we just really wanted to, have fun.
Mhm.
It looked like a good Kane angle. We know they're mostly going melees, so Kane's pretty good into melees, and but blinding it top definitely was not the answer. But yeah,
Yeah, we were talking about that on the desk there too. Like when the Urgot came out, it's like, ooh, that kind of throws a wrench into the plan there. Because even if you were to play the Pantheon top, it's not like the easiest thing. So you, for the most part, stayed at the top of the leaderboard like the entire season as the number one top laner in there. Like, what really helped you, like, not just assert your dominance like against some of the teams, but all of the teams week in, week out? Like, what did you do, either whether it was with your team or your coach or just yourself with the practicing and everything, to just kind of maintain that top level of top lane play, for lack of other words to say?
no, yeah, definitely. What I mostly do in practice, I do a lot of 1v1s. So shout out to my coaches,
Hmm.
Albaraz. Shout out to my friends, um, who who's higher elos to help me do some 1v1 matchups in the coming matches. And that definitely improved my laning. And then watching pro play definitely helps improve my IQ and team fighting and macro general skill level wise.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just the work you put in is the product that you put out, right? So
Yeah.
good to hear. So a couple good questions for you throughout the season. Your hardest matchup, who was the top laner that either challenged you the most or infuriated you the most, or was just like the most fun to go against? Like, who was the best matchup for you this season in the top lane category?
I would definitely say the best matchup would probably be um hmm, hard to say. I would probably say the hardest would have been Urameshi in
Mm.
CBW. He's definitely a tank player that doesn't really make a lot of solo mistakes. So you just have to chip the wood, and you can't really get a huge solo lead off of him. So lack of solo kills, it's just more so chipping the wood off.
Yeah, hard to get a snowbally lead there. Okay, and then I guess it's probably an easy answer here, but your best moment of the season, let's say besides winning the championship, what was your best moment this season where you really feel like either you as a player or you guys as a cohesive unit really like overcame something and like, you know, just like it sticks out in your memory, like whether it was week one,
Uh,
week 12, like whatever.
Probably being week 7
Hmm.
after the ELG regular season where we went undefeated, perfect split, perfect regular split, 14-0 in games. That definitely gave a sigh of relief and a big weight off the shoulders. So we felt confident going to playoffs.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's always good when you get into there. But you kind of put a target on your back and all the pressure, but you guys came through, so that's good to hear. So, are there any final words you want to say before we move on over to Sammy
Uh,
Gamble?
no, no, just say shout out to my team. Shout out to ELG. Shout out to everyone a part of DPS. Even prior to DPS, shout out to all the organizations that were down to host us and whatnot.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. That is Zero, the top laner for Dropping Point Spartans, and with that, we are going to go over to Rapid Sammy. Rapid Sammy, congratulations on a very strong finish in this Gladiator season and coming out as champions with the rest of the other Dropping Point Spartans. How we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling a little tired. Earlier today, before the games tonight, I had a 4 hour final to do, and it was pretty rough before the games.
Did you ace that too?
I think I did, but we'll see. It was a math final. It was a little rough, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
So
feeling good. It was a really fun final.
You seem to be a crowd favorite over here in the chat. You and Kagrin both very strong junglers, and both like to play a similar play style. The Wukongs, the Vi's, the Xin Shaos, things like that. How did it feel to go up against somebody that was going to play the same kind of stuff as you and not kind of go to like more of? I know we played one Amumu game, but like doesn't do a lot of the green junglers, the Amumu, Sejuani, Zax, things like that. How does it feel to go up against jugglers who have the same kind of like bruiser, want to be in your face play style like Kagrin has?
I didn't feel too badly. I think it felt fine. Kagrin was kind of also similar to King Vivi. They really like their bruiser junglers. I've faced the matchup so many times that it's not too bad. Um, Stats wise, I'm the other than K Dash, I'm the highest CS per minute. So
Mhm.
my advantage is just getting more CS than them because I know I can get a slight advantage if the game is completely even and no one's ganking.
Yeah, and this was something that we were bringing up in the broadcast too. So I'm glad that you mentioned it because it would be my next question. The objectives and the farming and the counter jungling over a lot of ganking, even though you're on champions like Xin and stuff like that, there wasn't a ton of ganking that was coming out from you. Was that pre-planned? Is that something you guys try to do every week, or is it matchup based to where you're like, hey, I really want to shut down this top laner, so we're going to send a lot of resources there, or is that just kind of your thing, like let your laners do their things and just kind of corral around the objectives before they start, and then just use your CS and your gold lead to do it, or is it really dependent on the teams that you're facing?
I think it's dependent on matchups. Like for example, I think I made like a mistake in game three on the Kane top. I used Pantheon ult too many times top lane when
Hmm.
I was never gonna catch the Urgot. I should have kept farming. But in general, I try to full clear and then I look for a gank. I don't like interrupting my clear to do a gank because a lot of the time nothing happens and I'm wasting time.
Yeah, so I mean, it worked out, right? Like it's one of those things where you can force ganks and have bad outcomes, or you can do what you know works, and obviously you guys had a really strong um, plan going into this, and you guys just showed like it. Like I think the difference between you and Kagrin here was like at least the way it showed on in the stats and at the end of the games and stuff was like huge, right? Like, and Kagrin's no slouch. Like he's good, but you just made it look so easy, and you made it look like just another game instead of like finals on the line kind of deal. So big props to that. And you know, are there anything else that you would like to say before we move over to Renegade in the mid lane?
Yeah, shout out to all the friends in the Twitch chat. I have a lot of friends that I've seen are typing and flaming and like chatting and stuff with each other in Twitch chat. So thank you guys for showing up.
Definitely a crowd favorite here, and it's awesome to see. And thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to second that. Thank you guys so much for showing up for this. And as we move into the mid lane, Renegade, congratulations on the undefeated season and the championship. How are you feeling at this moment? Tired, relieved, happy?
Feeling really, really good. This is my, I think, second year or start of second year. So I think a full year of
Hmm.
being on a competitive team. And I really want to win a championship. And I'm sure everyone knows who's done competitive. There's really low lows and really high highs. And I'm happy to at least say that like I won a championship, let alone an undefeated season. So I'm feeling really good right now.
Yeah, your guys' chemistry is just it's on point, right? Like no matter what was going on, even in when you guys were falling behind in games, you guys always seem to find a way to just get that good team fight, get that catch out, not really make too many mistakes. And you specifically on like the control mages and stuff was really good. Like that Hui performance in the end, like I wish I could give you a second round of applause just for that because you completely took out one of the more annoying laners to deal with, which is the Ziggs, and Bagut. Did well in his own right, but like you really had him there. Even on the fizz into the Talia, had a couple solo kills, and it seemed like at times like the game was kind of on your back, and you really came through. Can you speak a little bit about that matchup and like how it was to go against Bagut and what made you basically kind of have him outside of the Galio game? Like what gave you such make what did you do that made it look so easy from our end?
Oh, I appreciate that. Bakut's a really good player. Obviously, everyone getting to this point, very competent players. Um, for the Hue game specifically, I knew it wasn't exactly winning. We thought I was going up against Swain. Um, and my main focus was do one of two things: was to stand away from the wave so I can get push, and just kind of just keep shoving him in and take as little poke as possible, just to get to the mid game where I thought we would play a lot stronger. They had like double melee tank, not really mobile, and our team had a lot of like lockdown. So I felt like we could win the mid game a lot. So the goal pretty much was, as long as I can get out of laning phase, I felt like we would be okay. And that was basically what happened. All those solo kills were just kind of me getting lucky. He had to walk up farm, and I happened to get a good E. And then just do full combo him. So yeah.
All right, good stuff. And for this year, going undefeated and everything, same question to you that I asked Zero. What was your best moment from the season outside of winning the championship? Was it just going undefeated? Was it, yeah, what was it about this season that
Definitely.
made it so special?
I don't know if you saw it. It was streamed actually against Reaper, so I feel kind of bad that this is the moment. But it was getting a Rift Herald kill on my like insane Ari game on Dwagon, their top laner. Which for everyone to know, that was I got in Herald by accident. I was just clicking around, and their top Pantheon was like 100 HP, and I just the thoughts kind of like took over and said maybe you should not hit the tower and see if you can kill him, and I just missed the tower purposely to hit the enemy panther, and I killed him with Rift Shield. So for me, that was the best moment. I'm gonna remember that for a long time.
Yeah, riding Shelly into somebody and getting that kill. I think I did cast that game. It was like 2 weeks ago, right? Um, so
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't
you
remember,
take.
but yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, but Mojo and I had a lot of fun with that one. So yeah, that's definitely a top play moment that should definitely be on one of those websites there. So with that, congratulations again. And are there any parting words you'd like to say? Anybody you'd like to thank before we move on to Fighter?
Real quick, thank you to the WCB team. For the past couple, at least the start of playoffs, I did some practices with them in 1v1s. Shout out to their coach, um, Curry, for spending some of the time to do some quick reviews and stuff. And obviously, shout out to our team here. We don't really practice much. In fact, we don't practice at all because everyone's so busy. I don't think the last time we scrimmed was like weeks ago, and the team is just so good here. Everyone is like super easy to work with, and play goes bad, it's no big deal. We shrug it off, and we play the game moment by moment. It's never a too much mental overload because everyone's so easy to work with. So shout out to my team, and yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Renegade. Appreciate you. And moving on to the ADC Fighter, congratulations on an undefeated season and coming in, and congratulations on the championship.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. It's the first time I've ever done comp.
Oh hell yeah!
I'm a solo queue Andy, but I've always wanted to try it. And I'm only a small part because there was a lot of other ADCs that did a lot of good work. I'm just happy that I was able to be on such a good team. I kind of got lucky. Zero scouted me and ended up on one of the best teams in the series. So really fun. I had a blast. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, I don't think that after tonight that there's any debate. You guys were absolutely the best team in here, taking on basically everybody in the hardest division because it did sweep. So, how does it feel coming in? Because this is interesting to me that you guys were swapping during the finals, which is awesome. Like, and you can't say enough about Spirit to be able to say, yeah, okay, I'll do that. And I'm sure it kind of sucked for you not to play the first two games. What is that dynamic like, being able to swap in and out and play along with Vicious or John, and just kind of have that mobility and flexibility between you guys and your supports?
It's it was interesting. I think part of it was out of necessity a little bit, especially for me. I had a little bit of scheduling issues, somewhat. So it helped me, especially for like the 5 game series, to just get a few in, whether that's on the back end or the front end, however it worked out. Our plan for a little while there was I would come in when there's 1 or 2 losses, and I come in and be like a refresh.
Mm-hmm.
Me and John were sort of married. Originally we had a few supports and a few ADCs, and they stayed with their support so that there's some synergy there. Me and John actually put in quite a bit of solo queue games together, practicing and working on our synergy. So that helped a lot in our lane phases, I think.
Yeah, and that's really apparent with the way that you guys played. I know you guys ended up losing the first game that you guys came into, but then on the back end of that, you come in with the Smolder game and the Braum, and you guys just executed that so well into a lane that's really hard. Like Excel was, talking about the Twitch versus Smolder matchup and how hard it is to play that Smolder into the Twitch. And then on top of that, the Swain just adds so much chaos to the laning phase. But you guys came out of it pretty much unscathed. Like I know that there was one kill, and then at the last moment for the feats, you flash forward to try to get the Q off, but it doesn't go. But after that, like you guys really kind of took over the game, where it was basically you and Braum flanking during team fights by yourselves, while the rest of your team's on the north side of the Dragon Pit and everything. Explain to me, or at least explain to the chat and everybody else here, like how does that feel when you can literally come in like that and have such good synergy with your support to be able to make plays? Of that caliber when in such important parts of the game on a champion that usually doesn't come online until they hit their stacks.
Yeah, so one thing it definitely made it, especially because I'm pretty new to the team. I don't know some of the players that well. I think thankfully everyone was really competent and already had their strategies kind of locked down. Sammy and Ray are right together. Zero knows what he's doing, so I'm just following on that. And I know since I knew John so well, we played so many games. I knew how his playstyle works. I know his body language. It made it a lot easier to trust and commit to some angles that he's able to find. I have to give it to Spaghetti, the Swain there. I think that was his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
He made my life miserable those first few levels. I literally was saying to myself when I did that first recall, man, this Swain just be hitting the E's, man. He just keeps hitting them. I'm getting cooked, but it's fine because I'm playing Smolder, so it worked out. But that guy, he played really well.
Yeah, Spaghetti and Hops both together were like one of the big bright lights of Reapers for the most part. So with that, since you're going in and out and you don't have as many complete series in there, I think it's even more important to ask you the hardest matchup that you had this season. Um, how do you feel like which one was that?
Without question, that the last games we just played was the most
Okay.
challenging lane phase I've had so far. I think we played against Blight and it was close. I think I forget the name of the ADC on Blight, but he played a little aggressive, got a little carried away, and it helped to put me ahead. And the game was a lot easier after that. But he was pretty competent. Other than that, most of the lane phases felt either really slow and just not a lot happened, or they were pretty simple, pretty straightforward. So yeah, that was definitely the hardest for me. I remember I played a Yasuo game my second game in comp, and it was pretty interesting game, pretty crazy.
That is crazy that the team had enough trust in you to play a champion like that in your
Yeah, I
first
know
thing.
it's wild.
So first season competitive, undefeated, all the way to the finals. You win the finals. It's all downhill from here for you.
Yeah, true.
It's-
Yep, I'm doomed. Call it a wrap.
but yeah, but very impressive for you to be able to do that and then come in and split time with somebody else. So congratulations again, and it just shows that you guys have a really good, not just synergy, but an unselfish attitude that you guys are willing to put forward into this and make the DPS work as well as it did. So any final words before we move over to your partner? Yeah.
Sure. I just want to thank my team for being so solid. I want to thank Spirit for being so gracious as to let me get in. I think especially the first time that had to happen was when he had a couple losses, and it probably felt the worst to have to sub out after that. But I appreciate that he was able to do that for me, and then we were able to win those games afterwards. So I made it up to him. And just thank you for letting me compete. I was happy to be here. Hopefully there will be another one.
All right, everybody, that was Fire to the ADC for the championships, dropping points, Spartans, and last but not least, the support. John, congratulations on your season. Congratulations, dude. That was an awesome performance, especially in game 4 on the Braum. How did it feel playing Braum into Swain?
Man, thank you. I'm just as hyped as a team. I'm honestly, I have like every time I hop into like league comp, I have like goosebumps. Like I have shivers down my back. But it's like a mental game. Against Swain, Brom against Swain. Um, Brom has been my favorite champion for a long time. Knowing my team can do really well, I thought going against Swain was pretty easy. I never had any troubles playing engaged supports. Enchanter supports would be like my least favorite. I never play Enchanter supports.
Okay, so like the Soraka in game 3. Was that just like, were you just like icking yourself throughout that entire match?
Yeah, Enchanter supports are never my go-to, so those first two games were a little bit rough for me. But Renata, I've been playing Renata, but their Mel countering was pretty rough for me.
Yeah, I mean, you did have a couple, a couple times during the games, but you also had a lot of highlights during that time too, where you did take the hostile takeover and use it against them, and it ended up like completely turning the fight around. You had when you got Cataclysmed on inside their jungle, and you gave yourself just enough time to have your shield proc, and then you lived through that. Like that legitimately turned the fight around. Like we were talking about on the cast, like that not only did that turn the fight around, but it turned into just like a sort of a snowball in that game 1 for you guys to just kind of keep on moving. So dynamics between ADCs and supports are always interesting to me. I support in my competitive leagues as well. I'm a jungler, but they make me support. So who is the one that's talking more? Is it you or is it Fighter or Spirit?
I'm honestly everyone in the team would communicate just as well. I think Sammy would call out the most for like rotating whenever he's in jungle because he's like probably the best jungle in this Gladiator. But I think everyone would communicate just well.
Yeah, it's okay to hype up your boy. Sammy killed it today. So when you guys are in lane, do you guys say a lot, or do you guys just kind of like go off because you know each other like so well that you don't have to say anything, or is it like a hey, we can take this, or I'm gonna go in, or if that's the case, which one of you guys is calling that? Is that you saying let's go, or is that usually Fighter?
Fighter's always like my coach, just like he's
Okay.
been the most contributing to my gameplay and like my style in League of Legends. He's like he taught me how to pressure like off of like the enemy's summoner spells and spells. So just like abusing and fighters like always communicative, always telling me like how to rotate and like what to do next. So just bot lane has always been such an easy domination this season because of fighter.
That's awesome. Congratulations
Thanks,
again.
GG.
And do you have any, yes, we can feel the love in here. Do you have any last words that you'd like to say before we close this interview out?
Shout out to Dropping Point Spartans, my teammates, the organization, the community. Shout out to Fighter, he's my best friend, my coach, and my teammate.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to Joseph and my college esports team. That's pretty much it.
Oh, thank you so much, John. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dropping Point Spartans. Thank you guys so much for taking the time out after such a hard-fought series. You guys made it look easy, even though I'm sure it wasn't. And congratulations again. And with that, this is Titan Esports. I am Fel. This was Dropping Point Spartans. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I can't wait to see you guys next season. It's going to be awesome.
GG's, let's go.
Thank you, GG's.
Go
Woo!
in next time.
Go!
Never playing
Well
top
played,
tier
everyone.
again. Just kidding.